Chapter 583. While the storm was brewing in the lower three heavens, an earth-shattering event had also happened in the lower three heavens. The Iron Cloud Empire had finally unified the world and dominated the lower three heavens. Even the grassland wolves of the northern frontier had surrendered. The lower three heavens had become the territory of the Iron Cloud Empire. Tai Batian had finally ruled the world. All the land under the heavens belonged to the emperor. All the people on the land were the emperor's subjects. While the whole nation was celebrating, the emperor had only sent Tai Longcheng as a representative to celebrate with the world. And he himself had not come out from the palace. The Empress Wu Qianqian was about to give birth. The emperor could not leave. After this news was spread, the whole nation rejoiced. Not only did no one say anything, but everyone had always thought that the emperor was loyal and righteous, and was a rare good man in the world. For Iron Cloud Empire to have such a monarch was the fortune of the world and the fortune of all its citizens. Some people also noticed that although the prince of the Iron Dragon realm was celebrating with the officials, his eyes often looked in the direction of the palace involuntarily. There was a trace of anxiety and uneasiness in his eyes. It seemed that he could not wait to leave this place and return to the palace in the palace. Lan Meixian was anxiously guarding outside the delivery room. She kept pacing back and forth, her face full of anxiety and heartache. Moaning sounds came from the delivery room, as if it was forcibly suppressing. On one side sat a handsome couple. The man was gentle and elegant, while the woman was graceful and luxurious. They looked like a couple of immortals. Lan Meixian kept sighing and pacing back and forth. Finally, she said, "Rulin, are the midwives you brought from the upper three heavens useful?" "Fei Ling, I don't want to criticize you, but what good midwives do you have in the Chu clan? Didn't I tell you to go to the Lan clan to find Granny Chui? You didn't listen. Now your Chu clan has sent 5 midwives, but why haven't they come out after half a day? What are these midwives doing?" This couple was Yang Rulin and Chu Feiling. It turned out that Lan Meixian was still worried about the midwives in the palace. She was also worried that the secret would be leaked. Lan Meixian immediately sent a message to Yang Ruolan. Then Yang Ruolan and Chu Feiling personally brought the midwives down. Yang Ruolan smiled and said, "Master, you don't have to worry. The people I've brought along are all experienced and powerful. Besides, I've already checked. Junior sister's fetus is in the right position, so there won't be any accidents." She found it a little funny. The midwife of the Lan family was of course good, but if her master didn't go, how could she and her husband invite her? That was the Lan family. But why is it taking so long? Lan Meixian was extremely anxious. "Master, there's something you don't know." Yang Ruolan found it hard to say. "It's not that easy for a woman to give birth to a child. When I gave birth to my child, I also spent a full day and night in extreme pain." Speaking up to here, he couldn't help but feel dejected. Thinking about her missing child, she was overcome with grief and her eyes turned red. Chu Feiling hurriedly comforted him. Chu Feiling was a little restless. He wouldn't have come this time if he wasn't worried that his beloved wife would have an accident when she went out alone. How could his wife's junior sister give birth to a child while he, the senior brother-in-law, sits outside and waits? "That damned king of Hell Chu," Lan Meixian said angrily. "He stirred up trouble and left just like that. That bastard. How much grievance and pain has Tian suffered because of him? Now his child is about to be born at such an important time, but he's nowhere to be seen." She heavily stomped her foot. "This is really infuriating." Yang Ruolan smiled bitterly and thought, "That person doesn't know anything. How can he appear here?" The moaning sound inside suddenly became louder. Then the voice of the midwife was heard. "Endure it. Don't exert yourself now. You have to accumulate your strength. Otherwise, you won't have any strength when the child is born. That won't be good for the child. Won't be good for the child." This sentence seemed to have infinite power. Tai Butian's voice immediately became softer. She could only be heard taking deep breaths to accumulate her strength. My poor disciple. Lan Meixian sat down on a chair and covered her face with her hands. She couldn't help but shed tears. I don't know what your senior owes that man. She's sacrificing so much for him. She sat for a while. Then she stood up again. She sat down again and stood up again. Finally, she walked to the front of the portrait of the Empress and knelt down piously. Mother, I, Lan Meixian, have never believed in ghosts or gods, but I believe in you now. I'm willing to worship the Empress for a lifetime as long as you can help Tian Tian give birth to a child. May I be struck by lightning if I violate this oath. Yang Ruolan's eyes were somewhat moist. Her master, Lan Meixian, had always been strong and stubborn. She had never married. She had always been proud and aloof. She had never respected the heavens or feared ghosts or gods. But she was now praying so piously for her disciple. It could be seen that her heart was in chaos. On the other side, Wu Qianqian had already knelt in front of the portrait of the Empress. She didn't know how long she had been kneeling for, but she was praying in her heart, you must give birth to a healthy child. Mother will be safe. The moaning sound inside the room suddenly became louder again. It seemed as if it couldn't suppress the pain. Lan Meixian banged her head on the ground. She was in extreme pain and heartache. She suddenly turned her head and said, Ruolan Enpi, can't she use her vital energy to give birth to a child? It's so painful. Tian Tian, how can she bear it? Yang Ruolan revealed an embarrassed look on her face and said, Master, you don't know. Even a supreme expert has to pass through this hurdle when giving birth to a child. This has nothing to do with vital energy. She'll be no different from an ordinary woman at this moment, no matter how great her cultivation is. Sigh. Lan Meixian turned her head in disappointment. She kowtowed on the ground and prayed piously. Bear with it a little longer. Bear with it a little longer. It'll be done soon. It'll be done soon. The midwife's gentle voice was comforting her. Her voice seemed to have the power to calm people's hearts. Tai Butian was moaning in pain in the inner room. Her complexion was deathly pale. Then it turned red after a while. Her hands were tightly grasping the edge of the bed. Blood was seeping out from her fingernails. Don't worry. It'll be fine. It's just that this is your first time giving birth to a child. The child is very healthy. It's up to you now. You must hold on. The midwife kept comforting her. Tai Butian nodded weakly. Her eyes emitted a resolute look. She said in a low voice, My child will be born safely. Finally, the outside couldn't bear it any longer. Good. Harder. Harder. Yes. It's coming out. It's coming out. The child is coming out. Wah. Enpi, a loud and clear cry of a baby was heard. It seemed as if a wisp of golden sunlight had pierced through the dark clouds in the sky. Tai Butian finally relaxed after hearing this heavenly cry. She exposed a happy and relieved smile at the corners of her mouth. Then she fainted from exhaustion. My child with him, has been born. Everyone's body shook as this cry spread. They exposed an ecstatic look on their faces. How's the child? How's the Lord? Lan Meixian hastily asked in a loud voice. Very good. Both are very good. One is fat and one is small. Mother is safe. Even experts like Lan Meixian, Chu Feiling, and Yang Ruolan felt a sense of exhaustion when these 4 words, Mother is safe, were heard. It seemed as if all the strength in their bodies had been consumed in this silent cry. But their hearts had finally settled down. God bless. Lan Meixian knelt down in front of the Empress portrait in ecstasy. She kowtowed as if she was pounding garlic. Thank you, Empress. Thank you for being so good. From now on, Lan Meixian will worship you day and night. I will burn incense all year round. Thank you, Empress, for making my sweet mother safe. Chu Feiling and Yang Ruolan looked at each other. They both saw that the rims of each other's eyes were red. Lan Meixian calmed down after a long time. She stood up, picked up the teacup, and drank a mouthful of tea. She wiped her tears and said with an embarrassed smile, "You two little girls, you've angered me to death, but you've also worried me to death. I'd rather bleed than cry. I've only cried twice in my life, and it's all because of you two disappointing little girls." She wiped her tears again. Then she said in a somewhat angry tone, "The first time was when you gave birth. I stayed on the roof of your Chu clan for a night, and I shed tears for you the whole night. The second time was because of this infuriating little girl. You ruined my child and didn't even let me know about it. You only knew how to bear it by yourself. Alas, master." Yang Ruolan's face was streaked with tears. Wu Qianqian had been dumbstruck when she had heard the cry of the baby. Then she seemed to have woken up from a dream. She frantically kowtowed to the statue a few times. Then she jumped up and ran towards the delivery room. "Don't go in," Yang Ruolan quickly grabbed her. "You can't go in now." "Why?" "This you can't go in because you can't go in." Lan Meixian reprimanded her with a smile. "The baby will be carried out in a while. Why are you in such a hurry? How can you casually barge into this delivery room? You're such an ignorant little girl." "Ah." Wu Qianqian's face turned red. She was somewhat embarrassed. The sound of water splashing could be heard inside. It seemed as if someone was bathing the baby. A gentle sound of footsteps was heard after a while. Then a benevolent-looking midwife came out with a small swaddle in her arms. She smiled as she walked. "It's very strange. I've delivered so many babies. Most of them have their eyes closed when they're born. But this little guy is different. His two black eyes are wide open and they're rolling around. I don't know what he can see," another midwife behind her said with a smile. "He's so young. He won't be able to see anything even if his eyes are open. He'll need at least a day to open his 7 orifices. Then he'll be able to see something. That's why it's so strange. Really." Everyone scrambled to surround the baby. They cautiously moved closer to take a look. They saw a dense crowd of heads above the swaddle. Chapter 584. "So pretty," Lan Meixian said. Wu Qianqian pursed her lips. "Why is this baby a little wrinkled all over? He looks like an old man." To think that Master Lan could actually say the word pretty. Wu Qianqian didn't know that newborns were all like this. The baby in front of her was already very smooth. At this moment, she suddenly heard Yang Ruolan moaning softly. Her body was on the verge of collapsing. Lan Meixian was quick to react. She supported her and said, "Ruolan, what's wrong?" Yang Ruolan opened her eyes. She was a little confused. Then she looked at the baby and said dejectedly, I'm fine." Chu Feiling also noticed the abnormality. He rushed forward to support his wife. He asked repeatedly, "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Yang Ruolan looked at the baby in swaddling clothes. After a long time, she weakly repeated, "I'm fine." However, a feeling of perilous waves suddenly rose in her heart. When she saw Tai Butian, although they were very close, she clearly knew that she was her junior sister. But when she saw this little baby, a feeling of blood connection suddenly rose in Yang Ruolan's heart. It was as if this little baby in front of her was the closest person to her. This feeling was very mysterious. Moreover, Yang Ruolan had a vague feeling. Why does this baby look so similar to my baby when he was just born? Then she smiled bitterly and shook her head. All newborns in the world are very similar. When they just come out of the mother's womb, they are all wrinkled all over. How can you tell whose face they look like at this time? It's simply impossible. At least a few days later, the baby's skin will slowly relax and become round and smooth. Only then can you see the rough outline of the baby. Looks like I've really gone crazy from missing my son, After looking for a while and reporting the good news, the midwives hurriedly carried the baby in again, because Tai Batian had already woken up and was anxiously waiting for the baby. When the midwives carried the baby in, Tai Batian actually sat up with strength that she didn't know where she got it from. The few midwives were so frightened that they shouted, Don't. Quickly lie down. My great-grandmother. How can you sit up now? Finally, she held the child in her arms. Tai Batian looked at the tender face in her arms and couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction as if she owned the whole world. A feeling of extreme happiness spread uncontrollably from the bottom of his heart. This kind of happiness and satisfaction far surpassed the sense of accomplishment of unifying the world. It was as if the entire world was not as important as this little person in his arms. Chuyang, do you know? Our child was born. It's a boy. Looking at the baby's tender little face, Tai Batian couldn't help but lean forward and kiss him gently. Her heart was full of tenderness. I will take good care of him. I will educate him well so that when he grows up, he will be even more outstanding than you. She paused and suddenly changed her tone. No, I don't want him to be more outstanding than you. I just want him to live a peaceful and happy life without any disasters, even if he's not that outstanding. Yang Ruolan foolishly looked in the direction of the inner chamber as she watched the midwife carry the baby inside. She was absent-minded and felt as if her heart had become empty. What's wrong? Chu Fei-ling sensitively felt his wife's abnormality and asked with concern. Everyone had gathered around to take a look just now. Chu Fei-ling didn't have the nerve to go closer. He only glanced from afar and didn't see, clearly, nothing. Yang Ruolan weakly snuggled in her husband's arms. She thought of the strange feeling just now. She opened her mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. I'll stay here for a while. I'll take a good look at the baby when he's a month old and has grown up. Junior sister's baby is so cute. Yang Ruolan whispered enviously. Chu Fei-ling's heart ached. He knew that his wife was thinking of his son. He couldn't help but sigh. Lan Meixian kept asking, Is it okay? Can I go in? Can you let me go in first? After a long while, the inside was tidied up. The midwife finally came out and reported, You can go in, but be careful. Walk lightly and don't make any sound. Lan Meixian was already impatient. She slowly floated in like a ghost. Not to mention the sound of the wind. She didn't even make any dust. Chu Fei-ling rubbed his forehead. He was speechless. Is it necessary? Just to not make any sound. She mobilized all her martial power to launch the great feather mental cultivation method. Yang Ruolan weakly took 2 steps back. Her eyes were fixed on the inner chamber. She didn't even blink. Her soul had flown out of her body. It was unknown what she was thinking about. She unconsciously took 2 steps back and sat down. If it weren't for Chu Fei-ling's sharp eyes and quick hands, she would have sat directly on the ground in the inner chamber. Lan Meixian nervously rubbed her hands. Tian, does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. Tai Butian gently shook her head. The baby in her arms restlessly stretched out his hands and kicked his legs. His small black eyes rolled around. He seemed to be very intelligent. Tai Butian couldn't help but smile warmly. She said, Master, look at him. He's so naughty. Lan Meixian also smiled. She slowly sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the child. Then she sighed and said, This little bastard is hurting my good disciple to death. Wait until he grows up. This old woman will ruthlessly spank his ass. You're not allowed. Tai Butian glared. Lan Meixian smiled. Look at how nervous you are. Look, you're so protective of him and spoiling him. I think you're the emperor. You're spoiling him too much. Since ancient times, a loving mother has spoiled her son. Tai Butian rolled her eyes. She said somewhat willfully, So what? I have plenty of family properties to spoil him. Lan Meixian was speechless. She grabbed the little guy's hand and said with a smile, "Let me see how this little guy's physique is first. Your senior sister's baby only has an above-average physique. Let me see what kind of child your exquisite ice heart can give birth to." Tai Butian pursed her lips and smiled. She said, "I'll take whatever physique he has. I'm a little worried now. If his physique is good, I'm afraid I'll have to roll around in Jianghu in the future. Alas, how dangerous would that be?" Lan Meixian rolled her eyes and said, "Don't you want your son to become a matchless powerhouse?" Tai Butian slowly shook her head. "I only want him to be safe. Everything is enough." "You're really useless," Lan Meixian scolded with a smile. Then she carefully poured her vitality into the baby's body. Suddenly, her complexion changed. Her face turned red as she muttered, "There's something wrong with his meridians. Ah!" Tai Butian was startled. She immediately became anxious. "Master, what's wrong? Is it serious? How can his meridians be so wide?" Lan Meixian sucked in a breath of cold air. "I've seen many children. How can this one be so monstrous?" Then her complexion changed again, and it turned deathly white. Strange. Lan Meixian frowned. She had a pensive look on her face. It's somewhat similar to the legendary Iron Blood Loyal Heart physique, but it seems to be higher. I'm not sure. I've never seen such a physique. Then is it good or bad? Tai Butian asked nervously. "Of course it's good. It's so good that it can't be better." Lan Meixian raised her head in a daze. She sized up the iron-cloud imperial palace all around. Then she muttered, "Could it be that the inside of this imperial palace is a place with good feng shui? How can so many monstrous physiques appear here? This child's physique. I can't understand it," Lan Meixian solemnly said, "but it's no small matter. You mustn't spread this news. Otherwise—" Tai Butian nodded. "I know, master." She beamed with joy as she looked at this little person. Then she lovingly said, "I didn't expect this little guy to be so extraordinary. He's worthy of being his father's son." Lan Meixian's complexion darkened. She snorted in an unfriendly manner. Then she softly said, "Are you still in pain?" "I'm not in pain anymore." Tai Butian strangely looked at her master. "Take that medicinal pill that is hanging in front of your chest," Lan Meixian urged. "Pill?" Tai Butian was surprised. "What pill?" "That pill that's hanging on your neck." Lan Meixian was somewhat anxious. "Hurry up. A woman giving birth to a child is like passing through the gates of hell. She has experienced life and death. It's a good opportunity for you to change your physique. Take that pill now. Hurry up. It'll be too late by the time your body recovers. Change my physique." Tai Butian touched the purple crystal bottle on her chest. She was somewhat reluctant to part with it. "Yes, hurry up," Lan Meixian anxiously said. "You used to have the icy heart physique. But the icy heart physique disappeared without a trace after you lost your virginity. But it's a good opportunity for you to rebuild your body after giving birth. Moreover, you have a miraculous medicine in your hand. You may become the first person in history to have the icy heart physique and jade bones physique once you take it. Hurry up." "But what about the child?" Tai Butian was somewhat unwilling. Ruolan, Ruolan, you take care of the child first," Lan Meixian called out. Young Ruolan immediately rushed in as if she had heard the heavenly voice. She had been waiting for such a call for too long under Lan Meixian's urging. Tai Butian finally took out the heavy pill, but she still didn't take it immediately. She said, "Master, are you sure that this pill alone can? This is a heavy pill." "Silly child." Lan Meixian saw that she was still hesitating. She became anxious. "This is a rare heavy pill. If this pill can't change your physique, then no one else in the world can change your physique." I don't know what kind of luck you have. You've actually met the divine, dragon-like master of Tribulation Sword. You're really lucky, the divine, dragon-like master of Tribulation Sword. Tai Butian exclaimed. Suddenly, huge waves rolled in her heart. Her mind was in a mess. She couldn't extricate herself. She had mixed feelings for a moment. Chu Yang is actually the master of Tribulation Sword? No wonder, no wonder. Tai Butian muttered. No wonder Chu Yang is so powerful. No wonder Chu Yang has advanced so quickly. No wonder he can turn the situation around. No wonder he can defeat Du Qingro. But she was startled for a moment. Then, she suddenly grabbed Lan Meixian's hand. Master, this matter can't be spread out. She was a talented emperor of a generation. How could she not know the importance of this matter? She immediately sensed the danger Chu Yang was in after she realized it. Chapter 585. Lan Meixian smiled and said, Don't worry. I know the severity of the matter. I won't spread it. No one is allowed to. Tai Butian said resolutely and solemnly, As long as you agree, I will take it immediately. But if Master were to say it out loud, even if you were to say it to another person, this disciple would have no choice but to die immediately. Lan Meixian took 2 steps and said, As long as you promise me that you will cultivate the icy heart jade bone to the peak, I will promise you. Good. Tai Butian opened the purple crystal bottle without hesitation. She took out the elixir and stuffed it into her mouth without even looking at it. Her eyes were shining. Master, don't forget your promise. This child, how can I go back on my word? Lan Meixian didn't realize that her disciple had put a curse on her. She immediately helped Tai Butian up. She placed one hand on her back and the other hand on her head. She said, Eliminate all distracting thoughts and circulate your energy to digest the elixir. Don't think about anything else. Tai Butian was just about to speak when she felt a wave of heat rising from her dantian. In an instant, the pain all over her body actually disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Then an extremely comfortable feeling spread through her limbs and bones at the same time. A surge of spiritual energy surged into her back and entered her dantian. Then it spiraled up with that spiritual energy. A spiritual energy shrouded her from the top of her head. When the 3 forces came into contact, they suddenly scattered into thousands of spiritual energy flows. Tai Butian immediately felt that her whole body seemed to be changing slightly. Then, all the changes gathered together and turned the world upside down after a long time. Lan Meixian fell back with a thud and fainted. She had used up all her energy to help Tai Butian change her physique this time. If she didn't cultivate for a month or so, she wouldn't be able to recover. Tai Butian was sweating all over. Her body was oily and she didn't know what had seeped out. But she felt that her body had completely recovered. Her whole body felt light as if it was about to fly. Moreover, there seemed to be many more profound insights in her mind. She propped herself up and found that she was fine. It just so happened that there was a shortage of hot water in preparation for the birth. She immediately ordered the hot water to be transported in. She washed her body properly and stood up. She immediately felt that she was very different. Lan Meixian woke up. Her body was weak, but her spirit was extremely excited. She grabbed Tai Butian's hand and checked it. She laughed happily and said, Good, good. I, Lan Meixian, finally have a successor to my mantle. 100 meridians opened, dantian blue sea, exquisite ice heart, crystal clear jade bones, all in one. Her eyes were burning. Tian, you must cultivate diligently. The current you has basically swept away all the obstacles in your cultivation. You're standing at the peak of frozen heart jade bone. You must not disappoint this gift from the heavens. She paused for a moment and said, Only when you become strong will you be able to better protect your child. You may be the emperor of the lower three heavens. But you need to know that the upper three heavens will not take care of your son just because you are the emperor. Tai Butian's heart shuddered as he replied, I understand. Lan Meixian smiled in a gratified manner and said, I will take Qian Qian back to the upper three heavens when the child is 1 month old. You take good care of the child and cultivate well. You must also go up when the time is right. The upper three heavens is where geniuses like you should stay. Tai Butian was noncommittal, her gaze somewhat perplexed. After a long while, Tai Butian said slowly, Let Qianqian in. I want to have a chat with her. Lan Meixian nodded and walked out. Not long after, Wu Qianqian walked in gently. You're looking for me? Tai Butian looked at her with a complicated gaze. After a long while, he said, Have you decided? Wu Qianqian lowered her head and said softly, Yes. Tai Butian heaved a long sigh of relief and said, Good. Tomorrow I will issue an imperial edict. Empress Wu Qianqian has died in childbirth. The whole nation will mourn. Wu Qianqian was silent for a long time. Then she said softly, I'm worried. She sighed and said, I'm worried about both. Tai Butian smiled and said, Worried? Huh. Qianqian, if you see him, don't tell him about this. Her expression became serious at the end of her words. Wu Qianqian bit her lips until they turned pale. After a long while, she said, Okay. Tai Butian smiled. Qianqian, what do you think about calling this child Taiyang? Taiyang? Yang as in the sun? Wouldn't that be the same name? Taiyang, as in the sky drilling poplar. A steel-like sky drilling poplar. It has no branches and grows straight. It bathes in the sun and reaches the sky. Tai Butian said slowly and heavily, Taiyang is the only successor of the Iron Cloud Empire. He will be the future overlord of the world. Her eyes flashed and shot out the brilliance of a sovereign. She said in a deep voice, I must conquer an iron country for my son. Long live. Outside, Yang Rulin was holding the child. She couldn't bear to let him go. She felt more and more warmth in her heart. That feeling of blood connection made her unable to let go of the child after she held him. This is the first time I've seen you like someone else's child so much, Chu Feiling said with a smile. Carry him and see, Yang Rulin suddenly said. Chu Feiling took the child very carefully and hugged his warm and soft little body in his arms. The little child seemed to be grinning happily. Chu Feiling was almost conquered by this smile in an instant. A strange feeling suddenly shot into his heart like a bolt of lightning. Chu Feiling's whole body trembled. He couldn't help but murmur, What a cute little guy. I feel like he's a member of my Chu clan. Yang Rulin's whole body trembled violently. Her phoenix-like eyes opened wide. She said in a trembling voice, You also have this feeling? At this moment, Lan Meixian walked out. Rulin, I have to wait for a month before I can go back. You and Feiling can go back first if you have something to do. It's okay. Master will accompany you. We'll go back together after a month, Yang Rulin said hurriedly. All right. Lan Meixian nodded. I'll take a rest first to recover my primary power. I've used up all my primary power today. She walked away after she said this. Yang Rulin's heart was surging with emotions. I have this feeling, and my husband also has this feeling. What does this mean? Why do I have this feeling? Why? She stood there in a daze. Tai Butian had already walked out. She took the child from Chu Feiling's arms and thanked them with a smile. Thank you, senior sister and senior sister's husband. I've really troubled you this time. Why did you walk out now? Yang Rulin asked anxiously. It's fine. Tai Butian chuckled. If senior sister and brother-in-law have nothing to do, why don't you stay here for a few more days? Okay. Yang Ruolan didn't wait for Chu Feiling to reply to this request. The next day, Iron Cloud Empire issued two imperial decrees at the same time, shocking the world. The Grand Elder of the Iron Cloud Empire was born. His Majesty, the Emperor, personally gave him the name Taiyang. He was bestowed the position of Grand Elder and was confirmed as the successor of the Iron Cloud Empire. Amnesty for the world, the entire nation rejoiced. The Empress of the Iron Cloud Empire, Wu Qianqian, was born due to dystocia. She was posthumously conferred the title of loyal, filial, benevolent, righteous, and Xiao Empress, the only mother of the nation. The seven-son nation mourned, buried in the imperial mausoleum. The entire nation mourned. These two pieces of news, one happy and one sad, shocked the world. Half a month later, bad news came from the Iron Cloud Empire. The master of Butian Pavilion, King of Hell Chu, had a relapse of his old injuries. He died the night before yesterday. He was posthumously conferred the title of First Prince with a different surname. The entire nation mourned. When the third imperial decree was issued, no one knew that Tai Butian had held the imperial seal in her hand and sat in front of the imperial decree in a daze for a long time. When the imperial seal finally fell with a loud bang, 2 drops of tears flowed out of Tai Butian's eyes. Day after day passed. The child's skin had fully grown. His whole body was tender and tender. His white skin was tinged with rosy. He was extremely lovable. Yang Ruolan came to see him several times a day. The more she looked, the more her heart palpitated. After the child's face had grown, the more Yang Ruolan looked at him, the more it overlapped with the image of her son in her memory. That was her only son. She would recall him several times a day over the past few years. In her dreams, her son seemed to be in her arms. How could that memory not be deep? On this day, Yang Ruolan's mind flashed. She remembered King of Hell Chu, whom she had taught a lesson 3 days ago. She vaguely felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what. Finally, that day, Yang Ruolan murmured, "I heard Junior Sister say that this is King of Hell Chu's child. But the last time I saw King of Hell Chu, his appearance was completely different from this child's." Different? Chu Failing was reading a book. He answered indifferently, but Yang Ruolan suddenly stood up, startling the absent-minded Chu Failing. He raised his head and saw his wife's eyes wide open. She murmured, "Different? Why not?" Although this child inherited some of his mother's features, his sharp eyebrows, nose, and masculine aura definitely came from his father. But why not? Yang Ruolan's whole body trembled. Why not? Why? Chu Failing groaned and lay on the chair. He thought to himself, Ruolan is going crazy thinking about her son again. What does it have to do with us whether or not they look alike? But Yang Ruolan had already stood up. "I'll go find Junior Sister." "Hey, it's late at night now." Chu Failing hurriedly stopped her, but Yang Ruolan turned a deaf ear. She had already gone far away. Chu Failing smiled bitterly. Looking at the bright and dark candlelight, he thought to himself, "When I go back this time, I must put in more effort to search. Otherwise, looking at my wife like this really makes me feel uneasy." That night, Tai Butian fed her child milk and let him fall asleep. Hearing that Yang Ruolan had come, she hurriedly received her. Originally, the children of the royal family were basically nursed by wet nurses, but Tai Butian firmly refused and insisted on raising them herself. This decision had once been greatly approved by Yang Ruolan. Tian, can I ask you something?" Yang Ruolan came and looked at the sleeping child. Her heart was thumping wildly and her lips were dry. She asked nervously, Chapter 586. What's the matter? Senior Sister, feel free to speak your mind. Tai Butian was very grateful to her senior sister and said heartily, "Can I ask, what does this child's father look like?" Yang Ruolan's voice was trembling. Tai Butian cast a gentle glance at her son, who was sound asleep. She pursed her lips and smiled. Senior sister, is there a need to ask? This child's appearance is almost exactly the same as his father's. Exactly the same. Yang Ruolin's voice was trembling. She felt as if a thunderbolt had struck her heart. Did I find the wrong person last time? Her body trembled and swayed, giving Tai Batian a fright. Suddenly, a crazy thought popped up in her mind. Could it be that person is my son? And this little fellow that I feel so close to is my grandson? She clearly knew that this was a bit whimsical, unrealistic, and too speculative, but she couldn't help thinking about it. She couldn't help but deduce, and yearn for it. Yang Ruolan's face was flushed red for a moment, but it would turn pale in the next moment. Her heartbeat was like the beating of a drum. Even Tai Batian could hear it clearly. Senior sister, what's wrong? Tai Batian asked worriedly. Yang Ruolin turned a deaf ear to her. Suddenly she asked in a hoarse voice, his surname is Chu? Tai Batian nodded doubtfully. She thought to herself, although this is a secret, didn't you know it long ago? His name is Chu Yang? Yang Ruolin asked. Yes, Tai Batian said. How old is he? She asked again. Should be 18 or 10? Tai Batian said uncertainly. How old is he? Yang Ruolin's eyes widened. Yes, I heard that he is an abandoned child and doesn't know his background. Tai Batian replied thoughtfully. Yang Ruolan's throat issued an unknown moan. It seemed as if she had been struck by lightning. Her soft heart also seemed to have been pierced by a red-hot steel needle. She couldn't help but see stars. Her body swayed for a while before she finally managed to calm herself down. She realized that her face was already covered in tears. Abandoned child. Doesn't know his background. These two sentences made Yang Ruolan's entire body hurt. Her internal organs seemed to be churning, spasming, and hurting at this moment. She was in so much pain that her vision turned black and she almost lost consciousness. His soul seemed to be floating around in a daze. He only heard his own voice asking, he's an abandoned child? Don't you know your background? Don't know my age? Tai Butian's voice seemed to float over from the clouds. He was adopted by his master when he was young. The Empress Wu Qianqian is his senior sister. I'm not too sure about his past. Empress Wu Qianqian is his senior sister? Yang Ruolan felt as if she had gone through a treacherous journey. Her entire body was sweating profusely. She didn't have any strength left. In fact, she had exhausted all her strength just to sit on the edge of the bed. He had been adopted by his master since he was a young, abandoned child. He didn't know his background. This child looked exactly like his father, as if he had been plucked from his father's face. Yang Ruolan's soul floated in the air. Her eyes were lifeless. Only big drops of tears fell from her eyes. Tai Batian called her a few times, but she didn't hear her at all. Her soul had wandered off. His master. Yang Ruolan finally thought of this question. This was undoubtedly an important clue. Yang Ruolan was a little paranoid. Her intuition was wishful thinking. What's his master's sect? Beyond the Heavens sect. Who's his master? What's his name? I heard that his name is Meng Chaoran. He's the youngest junior brother of the Beyond the Heavens sect. Yang Ruolan asked faster and faster. Tai Batian answered fluently. Now, she also felt that something was wrong. She was a little scared and inexplicably flustered. She also had a vague intuition. This vague intuition made Tai Butian's face turn pale. Then it turned red. She answered Yang Ruolan's questions cautiously. It can't be. It can't be. It can't be so coincidental. Chu Yang is an abandoned child. I heard that senior sister and brother-in-law also lost their child 18 years ago. They haven't found him yet. Tai Batian also panicked. A feeling of shame welled up in her heart. It can't be. It can't be so coincidental, can it? Oh my God, if this is really I, the strong and wise monarch of a country, the unparalleled overlord who controlled the life and death of billions of people, the first emperor of an empire, suddenly panicked. In the panic, their eyes met unintentionally. In Yang Ruolan's eyes, there was doubt, hope, hope. In Tai Butian's eyes, there was surprise, shyness, fear, uncertainty, and a little bit of vague understanding, mixed with a thick sense of shame. You. Yang Ruolan said in a daze. You. Tai Butian said in a daze. Both of them opened and closed their mouths at the same time. They were silent. They saw the complicated expressions on each other's faces. You first. You first. They spoke at the same time again. Then they were silent at the same time. Cough, 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 cough. I heard that you. It was as if the two women were under a spell. They stood in the same place, opened and closed their mouths at the same time. Then they said the same thing and just sat there in a daze. I'll go first. Yang Ruolan sighed. Your brother-in-law. Suddenly, she found the word brother-in-law extremely awkward. Tai Butian's white, jade-like face flushed red at once. It was as if a fire had suddenly ignited. She lowered her head deeply. Her heart started to beat wildly. Please don't be so coincidental. If my mother-in-law caught me red-handed. Tai Butian felt that if that was really the case, there would be a crack in the ground that she could immediately hide in. She would be embarrassed to death. Yang Ruolan cleared her throat and said, 18 years ago, my child was lost in the lower 3 heavens. He hasn't been found until now. Tian, look at my appearance. Do you see any cough resemblance to her? Yang Ruolan coughed, but looked at Tai Butian with eyes full of hope. Tai Butian moaned. Her whole body seemed to be on fire. She actually started to tremble. When she saw Chu failing just now, she felt that this brother-in-law looked very familiar. It was as if she had seen him somewhere before. Moreover, she felt very familiar with him. However, this was clearly the first time they had met. Besides, this was senior sister's man. But now that Yang Ruolan pointed it out, she finally understood who this brother-in-law resembled. Chu Yang, like the person she yearned for day and night. A little. Tai Butian's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Just a little? Yang Ruolan asked, unwilling to give up. Yes, a little. Tai Butian covered her face and lowered her head. Her swan-like, beautiful neck was exposed. However, it was already red with embarrassment. Yang Ruolan became excited at once. Then, tell me more about him. The more detailed, the better. Tai Butian was dumbfounded. She looked at Yang Ruolan pitifully and stuttered, Senior's sister. Senior, this pitiful emperor felt embarrassed for the first time. She was too ashamed to show her face. She turned her head and looked at her son. Suddenly, she had a feeling. I can't wait to grab this little fellow and stuff him back into my belly. Under Yang Ruolan's hopeful and anxious gaze, Tai Butian's eyes were dull. She started to tell her story while stuttering. How did the two of you meet? What happened at that time? What did he say to you? How did the two of you have a child? One question after another came out like a cannonball. Tai Butian felt dizzy and lightheaded. She saw stars and was dazzled. This emperor, who could still remain calm in the face of tens of millions of soldiers, was now a living example of a stuttering patient. Furthermore, she was a stuttering patient who had committed a crime. She lowered her head and told the story one by one as if she was admitting her guilt. Yet, the judge was very interested in all the facts of the crime. He kept going over and over again, not getting tired of it. He was determined to get every single detail out of her. By the time he asked the last question, Tai Butian almost had a feeling. Forget it, if she fainted, I'm done. Are you done? Yang Ruolan sighed, as if she hadn't had enough. Yes. Her Majesty's voice was like a mosquito's buzzing. That's all. Yes, he has suffered too much. Poor child. Yang Ruolan's tears dripped down as she said this. Yang Ruolan obviously didn't dare to be completely sure, but she was vaguely certain in her heart. This king of Helchu is the real king of Helchu. The one she saw was definitely a fake, and there was an 80% chance that the real king of Helchu was her lost son. As for what happened before coming to Iron Cloud, this you have to ask Wu Qianqian. She's in the palace now, Tai Butian said hesitantly. Quickly betray someone and share my burden. Sister, I really can't take it anymore. Yes, how could I forget her? That girl is his senior sister. Yang Ruolan stood up excitedly. Her face was flushed red as she said, I'll go and find her now. Yes, this. Senior, please do as you wish. Tai Butian felt that her tongue was no longer bent. She nodded and bowed as she said, Yes, you have a good rest. Yang Ruolan leaned over and looked at Taiyang, who was sleeping soundly. Her gaze was completely different this time. I'll send you. Tai Butian hurriedly jumped up from the bed. She was attentive and careful to please her. Don't you just gave birth. You should rest well. Yang Ruolan hurriedly pressed her shoulder. She watched Yang Ruolan walk out with a whoosh. Tai Butian's face was red. She sat on the bed in a daze. She only felt that her whole body was alternating between hot and cold. After a long time, she suddenly moaned weakly and fell on the bed. She pulled the blanket over her head and covered herself with it. God, let me die. What will happen to this matter? Boo-hoo! What if it's true? What should I do? Chapter 587. NP Wu Qianqian sat quietly in her room. She hadn't slept for the past few days. My goal is in the heavens. This was what Chu Yang had said. So I want to go too. I won't let you see me, but I want to see you. To help you. Qianqian, when Tian is 1 month old, I will bring you back to the upper 3 heavens. There, I will recommend a great teacher to you. Your future is limitless. This was what Lan Meixian had said. Even a monarch or saint might be possible. Even a supreme martial artist would have to depend on your hard work. Don't let your talent go to waste. I won't let him down. The stronger I am, the more I can help him. You have to help me take a look at him. You have to help me help him. But don't let him know about Taiyang. Tai Butian's voice sounded in her mind again. Wu Qianqian sighed. The two of them were really in the same boat. She still remembered the conversation she had with Tai Butian that day when Chu Yang had left. How many women in this world are willing to spend their whole lives with each other and grow old together? But until they die of old age, they have never truly given their feelings and love for each other, although they have many children and grandchildren and are overflowing with kinship. True love is always in solitude. How many extraordinary men are there in this world? There are tens of billions of people and tens of billions of women in the heavens. How many of them are able to have a relationship with the man that they truly like and have truly conquered them? I've had enough. I'm content. I don't ask for anything else. If I force him to take responsibility, he will naturally take responsibility. But what's the point of taking responsibility like that? It's better to love one-sidedly. At least, I can still have some fantasies in my heart. Women all like strong men, especially strong men who are young and handsome, heroic and courageous. Which woman doesn't like them? Therefore, heroes are destined to be entangled in love and sin. But heroes may not be sentimental. Chu Yang is not a sentimental person. He's also not a playboy. He may look cunning and vicious, but deep down, he is a very upright person. The so-called cunning, wretched, hooligan, and scheming are all his methods and not his character. Everything he says has a purpose. Even when he did some ridiculous things, it was still shocking when he revealed his true motive. This kind of man would not be pestered or moved by her. His heart is like a piece of iron. Wu Qianqian still remembered the look in Tai Butian's eyes when she said, "His heart is like a piece of iron." It was so strange and complicated. And pride. If his heart could be easily changed and he could be easily attracted by a beautiful woman, or even me, then would he still be Chu Yang? Will we still be in so much pain for him? Is a man who changes so easily worth our love? At that time, Wu Qianqian's last retort had left Tai Butian speechless for 3 days. Although there was no hope, although they didn't know, and although they had been tactfully rejected, the feelings of these two women towards Chu Yang didn't diminish in the slightest. She thought, pondered, deduced, and fantasized. Sometimes she cried, sometimes she laughed. I will go to the upper 3 heavens in a few days. Chu Yang will go to the upper 3 heavens sooner or later. So, I will wait for him in the upper 3 heavens. Wu Qianqian only woke up from her contemplation when she heard that Yang Ruolan had come to see her. She hurriedly received her. She was very suspicious. I don't know why Yang Ruolan is looking for me in the wee hours of the morning. Did something happen on Tai Butian's side? Wu Qianqian waited for Yang Ruolan to sit down before she cautiously asked, "Senior, may I ask why you came in the wee hours of the night? It's nothing serious." Yang Ruolan's mood had calmed down. She still had desire, but she was inexplicably worried and fearful. Her intuition was the closest to King of Hell Chu this time. It was also the most hopeful. If it's not, she didn't know if she could withstand such a blow. Could she continue to muster the courage to search? "I'm here to ask about your junior martial brother, the real King Hua of Chu." Yang Ruolan sorted out her thoughts and asked, before he came to Iron Cloud he was in the sect. "If it's convenient for you, I would like to ask Miss Wu to talk with me." "Chu Yang." Wu Qianqian's eyes lit up when she heard this name. Then she became suspicious. "Why are you asking about Chu Yang?" Yang Ruolan said, "I don't have any other intentions. I don't have any evil intentions. I just want to know. Don't worry." Wu Qianqian nodded and said, "I don't know what Senior wants to know. I didn't have much contact with Chu Yang when I was at Beyond the Heavens sect." Thinking about what Chu Yang had done in Beyond the Heavens sect, Wu Qianqian couldn't help but smile with her pair of crescent moon-like eyebrows. "Then tell me what you know." Yang Ruolan looked at Wu Qianqian's expression and couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. It seems this young king of hell, Chu, has attracted a lot of love debts. This little Anai is obviously in love with him. I hadn't seen Chu Yang before 2 years ago. He used to be taciturn in the sect. He was somewhat dull. He didn't like to talk. He was the kind of person who would quickly vanish into the crowd, Wu Qianqian said while pondering. Oh, this opening was beyond Yang Ruolan's expectations. The future all-powerful king of Hell Chu was like this when he was young. Martial Uncle Meng of Purple Bamboo Garden was the most knowledgeable person in the older generation of Beyond the Heavens sect. He knew everything about the 3 sections. Moreover, he was the most indifferent and didn't care about anything. At that time, Father and the others evaluated Martial Uncle Meng's 3 younger brothers. They said that the eldest brother was mature and steady. He was resourceful. The second brother, Chu Yang, was taciturn. The third brother, Tan Tan, was the most unreliable person in Beyond the Heavens sect. Until that day, I followed Father's orders to go to Purple Bamboo Garden. Wu Qianqian's eyes flickered as she recalled the events of that day. I suddenly realized that this rumor was seriously untrue. The difference between the eldest brother Shi Qianshan and the second brother Chu Yang was like heaven and earth. Chu Yang's resourcefulness far surpassed Shi Qianshan's by more than 1-fold. Then why is he usually taciturn? The conflict between Chu Yang and Shi Qianshan was like a fight between 2 ants in the eyes of an emperor-level expert like Yang Ruolan. However, Yang Ruolan's heart surged as she listened. She couldn't help but ask, I think this may have something to do with his past. Wu Qianqian smiled and said, Chu Yang, he after all, thinks that he is an abandoned child. Since his heartless parents abandoned him, he knows about this matter. That's why he doesn't want to talk. Wu Qianqian smiled and said, In fact, this is human nature. It's not surprising. Generally speaking, a child with a pitiful past is always unwilling to talk. Chu Yang is smart and scheming. However, he is only a human after all. He is not a deity. So, he must have a stone in his heart. Wu Qianqian explained with a smile. She explained for Chu Yang, I won't allow anyone to say anything bad about Chu Yang. However, she didn't expect that her words would be such a blow to Yang Ruolan. Yang Ruolan's face suddenly turned pale. Her eyes were also filled with tears. Heartless parents abandoned me. Stone in his heart. Heartless parents. Yang Ruolan's body swayed. Her eyes were lifeless. He must hate his parents, right? Yang Ruolan smiled bitterly. Wu Qianqian was immersed in her memories. She didn't realize it and said, Of course. There was once when he came to Iron Cloud from overseas. We were in the same room dealing with affairs. We had nothing to do that day, so we talked about his past. What did he say? Yang Ruolan asked nervously. Wu Qianqian raised her head and looked at her in surprise. She seemed to be wondering why she was so nervous. She said, When we were returning from the streets, we saw too many parents putting straw signs on their children's heads. They sold their children in order to survive. At that time, I said that these children were pitiful. Then Chu Yang said something. What did he say? Yang Ruolan asked anxiously. Wu Qianqian raised her head and recalled Chu Yang's tone and expression. After a long time, she said, At that time, Chu Yang said, These children aren't pitiful because they still have some value. At least they know that their parents were forced to sell them. Even if they left their parents, they still had to pay a price. So they knew and didn't resist. The most miserable ones were those who were thrown away like trash when they were just born. Those were the most miserable ones. They didn't have the least bit of value. They didn't even have the qualifications to be sold. When he said this, I knew that he must have thought of his past. So I didn't dare to say anything. Chu Yang sighed for a long time and asked me to buy all the children that day. Then Butian Pavilion would pay for them and send them to school. That is the current Cloud Sky School. It would take in all the children who were forced to be sold. Even though Chu Yang has left, this work has never stopped. His Majesty and Butian Pavilion have been doing this all this time. Yang Ruolan did not hear what Wu Qianqian said after that. Her mind was buzzing, and she only replied with one sentence. The most pitiful ones are those who were thrown away like trash when they were just born. That is the most pitiful. They didn't have the least bit of value. They didn't even have the qualifications to be sold. These words echoed repeatedly. Yang Ruolan only felt that her heart had also shattered into pieces. Her spirit had also been crushed over and over again and had turned into dust. When Chu Yang said this, what was he thinking? Did his heart hurt? Did he hate? When he said this, his heart was also broken, right? A wandering life with a very cold heart. When she was writing this chapter, she suddenly remembered a poem. Lu Yu's Chao Kuo. Youthful looks don't enter the field of youths. Speechless, only desolation. A wandering life with a very cold heart. At the end of the river, new poems and old dreams. Lonely and resentful fragrance. Even if the spring breeze doesn't care, it also knows the Eastern Emperor. From that plum blossom's aloofness, I thought of our Chu Yang. Suddenly I felt some regret. So, I composed a poem for our king of Hell Chu. How can a wandering life be described? I travel alone with a sword. A cold light is proud and aloof, piercing through the mountains and rivers, seeing through the world of mortals, cold and disdainful. What regrets do I have in this life? Chapter 588. Even if this wandering life could create an eternal legend, and could create an all-powerful king of Hell Chu in the heart of a child, he still hoped that his parents would protect him from a young age. In the hearts of parents, wouldn't they rather give up such a legend to see their child grow up safely? Yang Ruolan's eyes were brimming with tears. Her heart was broken. I still remember the strange expression on Chu Yang's face when he said those words. Wu Qianhua tried her best to recall. She said it was a kind of inferiority, resentment, self-pity, and a kind of disheartened heart. At that time I almost cried. Yang Ruolan also almost cried out. Poor child. At that time, I said that although your life was pitiful, your parents didn't expect that you would become an influential person when they abandoned you. If they knew, who knows how regretful they would be. Wu Qianqian's eyes were a little bleak. At that time, Chu Yang gritted his teeth and said, when I find them, if they really regret it and turn around to curry favor with me, I will kill them one by one. Wu Qianqian unconsciously imitated Chu Yang's tone when she said these words. The resentment in her tone was like dripping blood. Yang Ruolan trembled. She only felt a chill rising from the soles of her feet. It instantly spread throughout her body and went straight to the top of her head. Yang Ruolan didn't remember the conversation after that. When she left, Yang Ruolan's mind became clear for a while. She asked, Qian, you grew up with him. Did you find that he had a purple jade pendant? Wu Qian didn't even think this time. She said no. At least I didn't see it. Then she understood something. She was somewhat flabbergasted. She said, Elder, are you suspecting that Chu Yang is your missing child? This. Yang Ruolan left dejectedly. Her feet were high and her feet were low. It was as if she was sleepwalking. When she asked about the purple jade pendant, Wu Qian didn't even think about it. These two words gave her a heavy blow. In terms of understanding of Chu Yang, no one could compare to Wu Qian. But Wu Qian said no. Isn't it? Isn't it? Yang Ruolan walked out. She faced the night wind. Her heart was in a mess. Suddenly, he felt that this matter was full of fog. After a long while, she began to comb her hair carefully. The king of Hell Chu I saw wasn't the king of Hell Chu of the lower three heavens. The king of Hell Chu looked exactly like his son. And Tai Batian said that the king of Hell Chu looked exactly like her husband. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He recalled Chu Feiling's words. My sworn younger brother looks very similar to me. Yang Ruolan's body trembled. She suddenly stood still. She remembered that she had doubted him and said, He's only known you for 2 days. Why would he give you so many good things? Could it be a ploy, or do they have any ulterior motives? Yang Ruolan suddenly burst into tears as she recalled the conversation between the husband and wife. Could it be him? Could it be that he found out about her identity at that time, so he gave her husband so many good things? And he even gave me a sword? After all, even if they were sworn brothers, they wouldn't be so generous after only 2 days of contact, right? It should be known that those things were more precious than heavenly treasures. Each of them could change a person's fate. But if it was really him, why didn't he admit it? Since he had given so many things, it meant that there was no hatred in his heart. Why didn't he admit it? Yang Ruolan's heart was in extreme pain. She suddenly squatted down, covered her face with her hands, and burst into tears. Yang Ruolan finally returned to her residence at dawn. She woke up Chu Feiling, who was snoring. She didn't say anything, and used a wet and cold towel to wipe her husband's face. Chu Feiling immediately opened his eyes with vigor. He angrily said, What are you doing? Quickly. Yang Ruolan's expression was very strange. She said with some fear and trepidation, Do you still remember your sworn younger brother? You told me about him. Of course I remember my brother, Chu Feiling said inexplicably. What does your sworn younger brother look like? What did you talk about when you were together? Tell me everything in detail, Yang Ruolan urged. She hadn't slept for a night, but she was still full of energy. Her eyes were shining when she asked this question. Her mouth was moving up and down. She was obviously very moved. Chu Fei Ling was stunned. It had been so long. How could she still remember? Why did his wife suddenly ask about this matter at this time? Tell me quickly, what kind of person is your sworn younger brother? Yang Ruolan bit her lips when she said the word sworn younger brother. She sighed heavily. She had a feeling in her heart. If it's true, then my husband has really made a big joke of himself this time. Well, my sworn younger brother is naturally very handsome and confident. Chu Feiling's spirit was lifted. He smiled easily and said, That guy is young, but he's really a rare talent. He's courageous and knowledgeable. He's brave and resourceful. He's the first young hero I've ever seen. None of the young talents of the big clans of the upper three heavens can compare to him. Chu Feiling felt that something was wrong as he spoke. Why is my wife's expression so strange today? In the past, Yang Ruolan would listen to him with a smile when he talked about this matter, but she would be more or less perfunctory. After all, she hadn't seen him in person. But today was different. Yang Ruolan had a satisfied smile on her lips. She didn't seem to get tired of hearing him boast about his sworn brother, especially when she heard those exaggerated adjectives. Her eyes were shining when she heard them. It seemed that even if he said more, it would be fine. I'm willing to listen to such an expression. Moreover, she looked very proud, very proud. Are you done? Yang Ruolan asked. Is that all? Chu Feiling felt dizzy. He stretched out his hand to touch his wife's forehead. Are you okay today? Yang Ruolan slapped his hand away and said, Is there more? No, no. Yang Ruolan's eyes showed signs of anger. You and your sworn younger brother traveled together for several days. You faced life and death together and killed strong enemies together. Your sworn younger brother also gave you so many good things. You've been friends for such a long time. Why didn't you talk normally? Talk? Chu Feiling was confused. What talk? It's the conversation between the two of you. What did you say? What did you talk about? What did he say? Didn't he say anything about his facial expressions? Yang Ruolan asked while clenching her teeth. Oh my God! Chu Feiling jumped up. How can I remember all of this? So much time has passed. Even a deity can't remember, right? Besides, what's the point of investigating this? My sworn younger brother is really a man. You must remember something, right? Who asked you if he was a man or a woman? Do you think that I have the leisure to be jealous of you at this time? Yang Ruolan's eyes became dangerous. Don't tell me that you've forgotten everything. He was such a good kid. His kindness to you was as high as the sky and as deep as the earth. How can you forget everything? I think. Chu Feiling raised his hands in surrender. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What a good kid. What kid? He's my sworn brother. You can't say that even if you're my sister-in-law. You've messed up the seniority. What a scandal. But how could he dare to say these words in front of his wife? Let me remind you. Yang Ruolan saw that her husband was being perfunctory. So, she said, was your sworn younger brother ecstatic when you became sworn brothers? Or did you coincide with each other? No way. Chu Feiling immediately recalled. That little boy seemed to have suffered a great shock at that time. He stuttered a little. Ha. Speaking of which, I was a little presumptuous when I brought it up. No wonder he couldn't accept it. How much of a shock? Stuttering? You're a pig-head. Yang Ruolan fiercely scolded him in her heart. Then she hurriedly asked, Do you remember the situation at that time? Of course. Chu Feiling smiled and said, At that time I said, It's rare that you and I hit it off so well. Why don't we become sworn brothers? Then that little brother was stunned. Ha ha ha. That guy actually said that I was a big shot. Then I said, "Are you looking down on me?" Ha ha ha. So he didn't know what to do. Then Chu Fei Ling spoke and gestured and recounted the scene at that time. This matter had left a deep impression in his heart. Moreover, he had half forced himself to become sworn brothers with that guy. So how could he forget? That's it. I almost pressed him down to kowtow. That guy looked as if he was in a dream even after he finished kowtowing. His face was also very ugly. No, it was a very pleasantly surprised expression. Yes, yes, yes. Chu Fei Ling recalled how his sworn brother had looked when he had lost his soul. So he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yang Ruolan held her forehead with one hand. She sighed deeply in her heart. Ugly face. Lost his soul. He was forced by his own father to become sworn brothers with his own father. How can he look good? You would have fainted if you were in his place. No, no, no. You would have already fainted. Yang Ruolan could have killed herself if she hadn't been sure that this was her son after hearing this. She couldn't help but look at her husband with some pity in her eyes. This poor guy is still in a dream. But he's saying that others are dreaming. And then Yang Ruolan asked, "You must have had a lot to say after becoming sworn brothers, right?" "Yes." Chu Fei Ling sighed. "You also know that the matter of that year has been pressing down on my heart like a mountain. It's making it hard for me to breathe. I don't dare to talk about it in front of my father-in-law or in my own home, especially in front of you. I had a bellyful of bitterness that day. So I naturally had to tell my brother about that day. We talked about that snowy night 18 years ago. It's also the thing that we regret our entire lives." Chapter 589. Chu Fei Ling was stunned. He stuttered. I said, Why? Can I say it?" "Who said I can't?" Yang Ruolan glared at him. "Why are you so stupid? What's next?" "What next?" Chu Fei Ling was really confused today. He was about to break down. "Wife, what are you talking about? You're very strange today. I'm going crazy." Yang Ruolan glared at him frantically. She was fuming. This bastard, he actually started to interrupt when we were talking about the most important part. "Do you know that I'm burning with anxiety now?" She looked up at the sky speechlessly and muttered, "I'm really strange now. Why did I marry you in the first place?" Chu Fei Ling's expression turned gloomy. He let out a long sigh and said sadly, "You're right. If you hadn't married me back then, your life would have been much happier than it is now. Speaking of which, I've implicated you. It's all because of the internal strife of my Chu clan that you've suffered for so many years." Yang Ruolan's eyes turned white. She slumped down on the bed. She was extremely speechless. She wanted to cry, but had no tears to shed. She pleaded, "Damn it, I asked you to continue. Go on." Chu Fei Ling felt a wave of depression rise from his heart. He muttered in his heart, "I've never seen anyone being addicted to listening to their self-reflection, but this matter is really a disaster for my clan." So he had no choice but to continue the examination with a bitter face. "For so many years, if it wasn't for our Chu clan, you would be so happy now. Rulin, marrying me is really hard on you." Chu Fei Ling's last sentence was filled with sincerity and emotion. In these 18 years, every time Yang Ruolan was in a bad mood because she missed her son, Chu Fei Ling would reflect on himself when he had no other choice. He would talk until he was in tears. Yang Ruolan's sadness would disappear without a trace, and she would comfort him instead. This trick worked every time. It had become a routine in these 18 years. Chu Fei Ling had practiced self-reflection to the point where he could speak eloquently in order to coax his wife. But this trick obviously didn't work today. Yang Ruolan jumped up and strangled Chu Fei Ling's neck. "You pig, are you trying to anger me to death? You've been using this trick to coax me for 18 years. I'm afraid of hurting you. so I've been feigning civility every time. Now, you're actually using the same trick again. You, do you really want to anger me to death? Yang Ruolan was furious. This pig, does he even know what he's saying? Chu Feiling was completely stunned. So his trick had been seen through long ago? He couldn't help but feel embarrassed as he said, "Wife, you're so good. You haven't exposed me for so many years." How did she expose me today? Go on. Yang Ruolan was infuriated by him. Her heart felt as if 25 kittens had drilled into it, and 100 claws were scratching at it. Haven't you been listening to it for 18 years? Chu Feiling was so depressed that he wanted to die. You just said that you were going to die from anger. What do you want me to do? Yang Ruolan looked at her husband's aggrieved and gloomy face. So, she hammered her head against the quilt in a dejected manner. She resisted the urge to vomit blood. Then, she used an extremely gentle voice to guide him patiently. Didn't you just say that you and your sworn brother had a long talk after you became sworn brothers? Am I right? Yes. Chu Feiling nodded earnestly. Then, can you continue to speak? Go on, tell me what you two talked about, okay? Yang Ruolan looked at him with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. She was so angry that her chest was about to explode. Then she suddenly roared, "Okay!" There was a buzzing sound, and the guards and palace maids in the vicinity of the palace rolled their eyes at the same time. They had fainted because of this roar. How could these people bear the roar of an emperor-level expert? Chu Feiling was the first to bear the brunt of it. He also felt as if a bell and a drum were ringing in his ears for a while. Then he came to his senses and said with a bitter smile, "So this is it? I thought. Speak quickly." Yang Ruolan interrupted him without any trace of politeness. Then she sat upright and still. Her body was slightly bent forward, and she assumed an extremely serious posture of listening. This gave Chu Feiling a fright. It was like this at that time. I talked about the regretful things of the past, and my heart was filled with endless sadness. I had no choice but to praise my sworn younger brother when I said this. He actually felt the same way as me at that time. In fact, he even cried with me. He's such a pure and innocent young man. Chu Feiling sighed with emotion. He was able to empathize with other people's experiences to such an extent. This is enough to show how kind-hearted my sworn younger brother is. The corner of Yang Ruolan's mouth twitched. She thought, "You're talking about his personal experiences that he doesn't know about. How can he not cry? And you're still praising him for being kind-hearted? You're going too far from the truth." She wanted to laugh when she thought of this, but she sighed deeply in an instant. Then she thought of another matter, and her heart suddenly throbbed with pain. She felt extremely sour. My sworn younger brother cried with me. It turns out that my poor child also cried at that time. I turned around after I finished speaking and saw that my sworn younger brother's face was full of tears. He was sobbing. I was startled at that time. A warm smile appeared on Chu Feiling's face as he said, "My sworn younger brother cried and said that he was very moved." Yang Ruolan turned her face away. She gnashed her teeth, and her face became somewhat distorted. She thought, "I was very moved. I was so moved that I wanted to strangle you to death." Did he give you a gift before you became sworn brothers? Or after you became sworn brothers? Yang Ruolan sighed and asked this question that she was very concerned about. My sworn younger brother gave me a gift after we became sworn brothers. Chu Feiling recalled the scene of that day and became fascinated. He said with a smile, "My sworn younger brother is really a good person." It's settled. It's definitely him. Yang Ruolan's eyes flowed with tears, but a sweet smile bloomed at the corners of her mouth. She felt as if a big stone had been lifted from her heart. How is your sworn younger brother a good person Chu Feiling's face was brimming with gratitude. He affectionately said, before we became sworn brothers, I had told him that his sister-in-law, that is, you, had a problem with chest pain. Then he immediately took out an elixir and asked me to treat your chest pain. That was a heavenly elixir. Yang Ruolan only felt a warm current flowing through her heart. Her whole body had never felt so comfortable before. Her chest felt warm, and the blood in her body seemed to be flowing rapidly. She couldn't help but shed 2 drops of happy tears. She thought in a daze, so my illness was cured by my sworn brother because he missed me, his mother. Her heart felt sour, sweet, bitter, and tired in an instant. She wanted to cry out loud, and cry until she was hovering between life and death. Then my sworn younger brother asked about my cultivation. Then he gave me 2 exceptional elixirs that were even better than those elixirs. They were elixirs that could help us advance by a big realm. And he especially told me that you and my sister-in-law should each have one. My sworn younger brother seriously told me these words for a long time. He also told me to take one on the spot. He guarded me, and I advanced smoothly. Chu Feiling said with satisfaction. My sworn brother was afraid that our strength was too weak, and we would get killed if we weren't careful. So he gave it to us. These 2 elixirs were my sworn brother's filial piety. Sister-in-law. Yang Ruolan finally reacted. She looked at Chu Feiling with eyes that seemed as if they were about to spew fire. Chu Feiling was confused. He looked at her in astonishment. What's wrong? Yang Ruolan stared at him for a long time. It seemed as if she wanted to eat him alive. Then she waved her hand weakly. It's nothing. You can continue. You're very strange today. So strange that it's inexplicable. Chu Feiling muttered. Then my sworn younger brother saw that my saber was damaged in the battle. So he simply gave me another saber. Then he gave me a sword. He said that it was for Madame. It was for you. I even reprimanded him at that time. Reprimanded him? Yang Ruolan's beautiful eyes opened wide. Why? He stuttered at that time. He said that it was for Madame. Chu Feiling shook his head and laughed. He calmly said, Humph! He and I have already become sworn brothers. So, how can he still call you Madame? He should have called you sister-in-law. So I sternly reprimanded him. I reprimanded him until he was sweating profusely. As an elder brother, he needs to act like one. Yang Ruolan opened her mouth wide. She looked at him in shock. It seemed as if she was looking at a non-human. You're really something. He doesn't dare to call you that, but you force him to change it. And you still act so dignified. At this moment, Yang Ruolan looked at Chu Feiling with a gaze full of admiration. He's worthy of worship. I'm afraid that you're the only one in the whole world who has become sworn brothers with your own son. No, not only in the whole world, but also in the whole world since ancient times. It's absolutely unprecedented. You're awesome. Yang Ruolan raised her thumb and stuck it under Chu Feiling's nose. You're awesome. Yang Ruolan's heart was filled with happiness and satisfaction at this moment. She knew that her son had unknowingly given her so many good things. Each of them was ingenious. Yang Ruolan's heart was overflowing with happiness. So, she was in the mood to joke with Chu Feiling. That's natural, Chu Feiling solemnly said. My sworn younger brother is a genius, but he still has to show some seniority in front of me. Don't flatter yourself. Go on. A sweet smile hung on Yang Ruolan's face. Chu Feiling's eyes widened as he looked at her, and his heart almost skipped a beat. So he hastily restrained his mind and continued to speak. Then my sworn younger brother gave us 2 bottles of medicine that can conceal our aura. He said that it can make others unable to see our true strength. Chu Feiling sighed. He was somewhat ashamed. I was too ashamed to show my face at that time. My sworn younger brother gave us So many treasures in addition to the mysterious Yang jade core. So I immediately took my leave. My sworn younger brother is kind-hearted. He comforted me before he left. He even praised our son. Chu Feiling repeatedly shook his head. He was obviously very satisfied with his sworn younger brother. He praised our son? Yang Ruolan's small mouth was half open. She was dumbstruck. Ah, I'm very ashamed. Cough, cough. I felt that the suspense I left behind yesterday's update was somewhat unkind. Cough, cough, cough. So I worked overtime all night. I wrote a chapter until 3:30 in the morning. Then I couldn't take it anymore. So I went to sleep. I'll explode today. I'll ask for monthly votes first. The monthly votes are being chased very tightly. I need your help. Please don't blame me for urging you to get your recommendation votes. But our recommendation votes are too few. The new books in the same period have more than 1 million recommendation votes. And we haven't even passed 500,000. I feel inferior. I want to break through 500,000 recommendation votes this week. Please help me. Chapter 590. Yes, he comforted me at that time. He said that our son will be found. Maybe he is already a young hero. Chu Fei Ling chuckled and said, I said at that time, I said that I would be satisfied if Xiao Quan could be 1/10 or 2/10 of my sworn brother. My sworn brother immediately comforted me, saying that our son must be very promising. Moreover, he's handsome, confident, and elegant. He's young and promising, and has a demeanor and temperament. Young ladies will be dizzy and disoriented when they see him. Chu Fei Ling smiled and said, I knew that he was comforting me. But it is strange that my mental illness has improved a lot after that time. Young Ruolan opened her eyes wide. She opened her small mouth. She was petrified on the spot. Her eyebrows twitched for a long time. The corners of her mouth twitched. Then, the look in her eyes became even more strange. She finally came to her senses. She looked at her husband as if she was looking at an immortal. She couldn't help but smile. Your son must be very promising? Yes, he must be very promising. He turned the entire lower 3 heavens around by himself. If this isn't promising, then what is? Your son must be handsome, confident, and elegant, right? He is young and promising. He also has a demeanor and temperament. This point should not be wrong. Young ladies will be dizzy and disoriented when they see him. I absolutely believe this. Just look at Wu Qianqian and Tai Butian. These 2 girls are from Tianxiang. The Empress had willingly given birth to a child for him. If that wasn't enough to make her dizzy, then what was? It's just that these words coming from his own mouth are a little too funny, right? The smile on Yang Ruolan's face gradually spread. It gradually spread to her entire face. She laughed silently. Even if it's all true, there's still one more thing to add. Your son's skin is also extraordinarily thick. Your sworn brother is very interesting. Yang Ruolan looked at her husband with a faint smile. That little one is indeed not bad. Chu Fei Ling felt honored when his sworn brother was praised, so he happily replied, Fei Ling, there is something. I think I have to tell you. Yang Ruolan let out a long sigh. What is it? Yes, our son was lost 18 years and months ago. Yang Ruolan said slowly. Ah. Chu Fei Ling sighed. This matter is really worrying. Yang Ruolan ignored him and said, It is said that King of Hell Chu was an abandoned child. 18 years ago, King of Hell Chu's master, Meng Chaoran, picked him up. Ah. Chu Feiling's eyes widened. You also know that Her Majesty the Empress of the Imperial Palace, my junior martial sister, has just given birth to a child. And That child belongs to King of Helchu. Yang Ruolan slowly said, that child's appearance is said to be exactly the same as King of Helchu's. And Junior's sister said that King of Helchu's appearance is 80% similar to yours. Ah, Chu Failing opened his mouth wide. From this, I can conclude that the King of Helchu I found the last time was a fake. And I haven't even seen the real King of Helchu, young Ruolan snorted. Huh. Chu Failing's face darkened. The sworn brother you met in Shangan is also surnamed Chu, and his name is also Chu Yang. He has the same name as King of Helchu, Yang Ruolan said slowly. Hey! Chu Failing's face turned green. So, we can conclude that your sworn brother is King of Helchu. Yang Ruolan pressed on. Yes. Cold sweat seeped out of Chu Failing's forehead. You said that you and your sworn brother are fated to meet. His appearance is 80% similar to yours. Young Ruolan looked at her husband fiercely. Chu Failing's whole body became hot. He felt that his vision was a little blurry and his mind was a little muddled. You and your sworn brother became friends for 2 days, and he gave you the mysterious Yang Jade Core and a rare elixir. He also gave you 2 divine weapons, which are rare even in the entire heavens. Moreover, your sworn brother still remembers every word you said. He also remembers your wife's illness. And he doesn't forget to give your wife a share of the good things he gives you. But you and your second brother, who was born from the same mother, grew up naked together and only wanted to kill you. Your sworn brother gave you so much in 2 days. He gave it all to you as if he was moving house. And he was afraid that you wouldn't want it. I find it strange. Why didn't he give it to anyone else apart from you and me? Chu Failing's face turned black and green. He should dig a hole and bury himself if he couldn't understand what young Ruolan was implying. Your sworn brother is shrewd and resourceful. He's the #1 person of the younger generation. He's ruthless and decisive, but he's so devoted to a person he met by chance. Is this possible? If he was really so careless, who knows how many times he would have died by now? How could he be worthy of your praise? Doesn't he know that an ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin? Even the best of brothers can't help but be tempted by their own interests, right? What's more, he took out all the peerless treasures. Wasn't he worried that you'd snatch them from him? Did you kill him? How could he trust you so much? And your sworn brother is so witty and resourceful. Why did he cry after you told him a story? Why are his feelings so fragile? It's only been 2 days and your brother's feelings haven't even been tested. And he gave you everything. Yang Ruolan became angrier as she spoke. Chu Failing, are you a pig? Chu Failing was sweating profusely. He was in an extremely sorry state. Even his eyebrows were covered with sparkling and translucent beads of sweat. The beads of sweat dripped down his eyelashes and into his open mouth. But he didn't seem to feel anything. You mean he's our son? Chu Failing muttered. What do you think? Yang Ruolan glared at him with hatred. Oh my God! Chu Failing sat on the ground, and his face immediately turned as red as a pig's liver. His whole body was sweating profusely. He was so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. Well, it wasn't a possibility. It was a fact. I really admire you. You've been looking for your son for 18 years. You've been so anxious. Now that you've finally met him, you've become sworn brothers with him. Moreover, your son isn't willing. But as an old woman, you actually forced your son to become sworn brothers with you. You even pressed your son's head down and made him kowtow to you. Yang Ruolan shook her head and sighed. Chu Failing, I really admire you. How heartless must you be to do such a thing? Becoming sworn brothers with your own son forcing your son to call you big brother, and forcing your son to call his mother sister-in-law. Chu Feiling, my dear husband, you're the only one in the entire heavenly layer. As Yang Ruolan continued to reprimand him, even she found it a little funny. Chu Feiling opened his eyes in a daze. His face turned ghastly pale, and then it turned into a pig's liver. Then it turned into a wretched green color. His face was like a dragon. Finally he covered his face. He groaned and fell to the ground. It's over. It's over. It's over. It's so embarrassing. Such a joke. Chu Feiling felt that he would laugh himself to death if it happened to someone else. But it happened to him. This was the most embarrassing thing in the world. Finally, that little bastard. That bastard. Why didn't he say? Chu Feiling jumped up. He was furious, and his face was ferocious. He made me such a big joke. I'm afraid it's not that he didn't say it, but that you didn't give him a chance, Yang Ruolan said lightly. Chu Feiling recalled the scene at that time and muttered to himself regretfully. No wonder he hesitated several times, but was forced by me to become sworn brothers without stopping for a moment. Yang Ruolan was furious when she heard this. She pinched his ear hard. You still have the face to say it? If you gave him a chance to speak. I'm afraid my son would have returned home long ago. It's all your fault. You pig. Yang Ruolan's heart was bleeding when she thought of how she should have reunited with her son long ago. She should have been muddle-headed and delayed for such a long time. Don't you know that my son hasn't returned home for 18 years? I haven't even seen my own son as his mother. You stupid pig, you actually said. Even if he became sworn brothers, he should have said it. How important is it to acknowledge one's ancestors? Chu Feiling's face turned red as he shouted. But he stopped halfway. His voice became softer and softer. He became more and more guilty and lacked confidence. Yang Ruolan was furious. Bastard. You've already cut the Gordian knot and become sworn brothers with him. How would he dare to say it? Won't you skin him alive if he says it? Chu Feiling said one word. Then he couldn't continue. He let out a long sigh of regret. He hugged his head and pulled his hair. Then he squatted down. He didn't say anything. Yang Ruolan was speechless. Both husband and wife were silent. Ruolan, this can't be spread out. Chu Feiling suddenly remembered. He hurriedly grabbed his wife's hand and begged, If you say it out. I'll die. Yang Ruolan was angry and amused at the same time. She shook off his hand. Do you think this can be hidden? At least you can't hide it from father, right? Chu Feiling was like a deflated balloon. Master is born with a big mouth if he knows. It means that the Chu clan knows. If the Chu clan knows, it means that the Yang clan knows as well. That means that the upper three heavens knows. I don't want to live anymore. Humph. Yang Ruolan was still angry. Chu Feiling lost his temper and was stunned for a while. Then he gritted his teeth and said, When that little bastard returns, if I don't spank his ass into 8 pieces, You'll what? You'll what? Yang Ruolan sneered. She looked at him and asked, You'll what? Let me tell you, Chu Feiling, when my son comes back, we owe him 18 years. 18 years. If you dare to lay a finger on him, I'll fight you to the death. Chu Feiling was completely defeated. He fell to the ground and said weakly, I'm just saying, you can't even say it. Yang Ruolan shouted. Chapter 591. Do I need you to tell me that? Yang Ruolan rolled her eyes at him. She snorted coldly, but a happy and satisfied smile had already appeared on her face. Chu Feiling immediately stood up and forgot about his embarrassing incident. He walked around excitedly. So I have a grandson? Our Chu clan has another descendant? Ha ha ha. This is really double happiness. He rubbed his hands and was somewhat impatient. Oh yes, my grandson, I haven't seen him carefully this. Rulin, let's go to junior sister now. No, can I still call her junior sister? Do you want to call her sister-in-law? Young Rulin asked teasingly. Chu Feiling's old face suddenly turned red. He was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to do. He begged, Can you not mention this matter? Humph! Yang Rulin snorted coldly. She frowned and said, It seems that there's no big problem if you want to acknowledge your son. But if you want to acknowledge your grandson, it's very difficult. You still need to consider. This matter can't be rushed. Why? Chu Feiling wondered. Why? Isn't it because of your good son? He doesn't even have a status now. He doesn't even know that she's a woman. How much has she endured? She's a dignified supreme emperor, and she's still a virgin. She even gave birth to his child without a word. Yang Rulin sighed and was somewhat melancholy, and this child's status has been confirmed since he was born. The emperor of the empire, the only heir of Iron Cloud. How can we? But even if he's the emperor, he still has to acknowledge his ancestors, right? Chu Feiling was dumbfounded. My grandson can't always be surnamed Iron, right? The point is, my junior sister doesn't want to acknowledge this relative. Yang Rulin sighed, helplessly. She doesn't want Chu Yang to know. She sacrificed her chastity and her future to save your son's life. She gave birth to your son's child. How can you snatch her heart away like this? Chu Feiling blurted out, Won't it be fine if you let my son marry her? Your son still doesn't know that she's a woman. Even if your son is willing to marry her, she may not be willing to marry him. Yang Ruolan had seen through everything. She sighed. Besides, she's the Iron Cloud Emperor's only successor. If she were to marry, what would she do with such a huge empire? This is a responsibility. If it were you, would you be able to abandon it? Chu Feiling lowered his head and said in despair, Are we just going to watch as my son, surnamed Tai? Yang Ruolan frowned and said, These matters must be dealt with step by step. You mustn't be too hasty. Otherwise, it'll backfire and we'll be done for. Yes, Chu Feiling could only suppress his emotions. Both husband and wife were thinking about something. But before they could look for Tai Butian came looking for them herself. Chu Feiling and Yang Rulin sat in their chairs and looked at Tai Butian, who was sitting opposite them. Senior sister, I'm sorry for being so presumptuous. You won't be surprised, right? Tai Butian's expression was indifferent as she sat down leisurely. Then, she slowly raised her head and looked at Yang Rulin calmly. Her expression was natural and calm, displaying the demeanor of an emperor. The fluster and shyness from last night, as well as her ladylike demeanor, were nowhere to be seen. Yang Rulin's heart sank. The moment Tai Butian called her senior sister, Yang Rulin felt something in her heart. Seeing her calm and composed demeanor, Yang Rulin knew what she was going to say almost without Tai Butian saying anything. Junior sister, what's the matter? Yang Rulin stammered. Yes, I've specially come to report something to senior sister. Tai Butian smiled calmly and said, Tai Yang is my son. I'm Tai Yang's father. This is the first thing. The second thing is that I don't want Chu Yang to know about this. Perhaps senior sister still doesn't know that not only does Chu Yang not know that I'm a girl, but there's also a girl in Chu Yang's heart whom he loves wholeheartedly. Yang Rulin's eyes widened. Tai Butian continued. For the woman in his heart, Chu Yang has never shown his true appearance to anyone in Iron Cloud. Wu Qianqian's beauty can be said to be unparalleled in the world. I'm confident that even among the daughters of the aristocratic families in the upper three heavens, there are only a handful who can compare to Wu Qianqian's beauty. Tai Butian said lightly, and Chu Yang is with her all the time. Wu Qianqian is deeply in love with him, but Chu Yang has never made any promises, or rather, he's never been tempted at all. She smiled slightly and said, if Chu Yang knows about Tai Yang's existence, he'll definitely be very conflicted, and it's very likely that he'll create a tragedy. To me, to Chu Yang, and to the woman in Chu Yang's heart, it'll be a tragedy. In serious cases, it can even ruin a lifetime of happiness. Because Chu Yang is too responsible a man. Although he looks cunning on the surface, the righteousness and persistence in his heart are unimaginable. And I can feel that his feelings for the woman he loves have already surpassed life and death. He's already disregarding everything. And I don't want such a tragedy to happen. So, I don't want Chu Yang to know. Whether it's for myself, for Chu Yang, for that innocent woman, or even for the Chu clan. Chu Yang can't know about it. Tai Butian sat upright. Her slender figure was calm and steady. She said softly, so, please give me your blessings. Without waiting for Chu Failing and his wife to reply, she hurriedly continued, I can allow and even welcome you to visit Taiyang often. You can even stay here every day. You can even take on the surname Chu. But in the lower 3 heavens in Iron Cloud, he can only be called Taiyang. He's from Iron Cloud. My only request is that you don't let Chu Yang know. I only ask you to promise me this one thing. That's all I've said. Senior sister, please consider it carefully. I'll take my leave now. Tai Butian smiled and stood up. She bowed deeply and walked out. She left in a carefree and decisive manner. Her fluttering figure disappeared outside the door. Yang Rulin and Chu Failing were dumbfounded. They looked at each other. Tai Butian, this woman's persistence and perseverance were simply shocking. Her independence and stubbornness were something that the couple had never seen before in their lives. What should we do? Yang Rulin slumped weakly on the chair. What should we do? Chu Failing sighed deeply. When our grandson is 1 month old, we'll immediately go to the lower 3 heavens to look for him. But this matter, Yang Rulin said despondently, should we tell him or not? Let's take it one step at a time. Chu Failing sighed again. The couple sat opposite each other and sighed one after another. It was as if they had sighed all the sighs they could today. Tai Butian's words had already blocked all of their paths of hope and all of their paths. Blocked all of them. Her words were very obvious. If you insist that this is your child, I'll admit it. You can visit him at any time. You can even stay here. Even if the entire Chu clan comes to see this child, I'm willing. But my only request is that you don't tell Chu Yang. Tai Butian slowly returned to her bedroom. She had just sat down when her face suddenly flushed red. Then a mouthful of fresh blood suddenly flowed out from the corner of her lips. She took out a pure white silk handkerchief and covered her mouth. She coughed slightly. A large patch of blood immediately appeared on the silk handkerchief. Then, as if she had lost all her strength, she sat down on her throne. After a long time, she got up gently and walked to the side of the bed. The baby on the bed seemed to have sensed his mother's arrival. He started to struggle and dance. A cute smile appeared on his face, as if he longed for his mother's embrace. Tai Butian looked at him. Her gaze gradually became as gentle as spring water. She reached out her hands lovingly and carefully held her son in her arms. She looked at this tender face in a daze. The baby babbled as if he was hungry. Tai Butian laughed softly. Little fellow, you only know how to eat. She unbuttoned her clothes and carefully placed her nipples on the baby's mouth. Tai Yang immediately opened his little mouth and started to swallow in big mouthfuls. He looked at his mother with his black eyes as he ate. His little face was full of happiness. Tai Butian's heart was instantly filled with pure maternal love. After a long time, she lifted her gaze from her son's face. She looked somewhat despondently at the void and muttered, I love you. But how can I destroy your happiness? Her voice was faint and faint. It seemed to have melted in the wind as it left her lips, then it turned into a sigh. 3 days. During this period of time, it was like a raging fire. Mo Tianji took advantage of the destruction of the Meng clan to spread the news. Countless terrifying rumors flew out from the Mo clan, Dong clan, and other big clans. For example, Ao Xiaoyan has died in the hands of the O clan, Black Devil clan, and other clans. Even his bones are not left behind. These clans were ambitious. They wanted to destroy the Ao clan and replace it. The Jianghu was in chaos. The 3 days were in chaos. At the same time, the invisible falcons of the Xie clan were also coming and going. They were sending messages to the Ji clan, Mo clan, Dong clan, Luo clan, and Gu clan. Chuyang had returned. Dong Wushang, Luo Kudi, GMO, and the others had returned. And they were now at the Xie clan. Ao Xie Yin had been rescued by Chuyang and the others. He had also returned to the Ao clan. Chuyang first passed this news to Mo Tianji. While waiting, Chuyang said to Ao Xie Yin, "The news of your survival. I think it's better not to leak out for the time being. Just spread the news that the big clans are hunting you down. That's good enough." Ao Xie Yin nodded deeply. "I also think so. The Ao clan has been too comfortable these years. They also need to see blood to sharpen themselves. If the clan knows that I've returned safely, I'm afraid that countless elders of the Ao clan will cancel their revenge plans." He frowned. "Moreover, these clans have become malignant tumors of the 3 heavens. They must be eliminated." Chuyang nodded. No one knew that Ao Xie Yin had followed them back to the Xie clan. Chuyang had concealed this news from the beginning. In this regard, he and Mo Tianji's plan was undoubtedly the same. Sure enough, the invisible falcon flew over a few days later. It brought an extremely urgent news from Mo Tianji. Duke Xie's safety must not be leaked. The handwriting was very messy. It could be seen that Mo Tianji had hurriedly written these words the moment he had received the news, and he had immediately sent it out. Chuyang was absolutely sure that this invisible falcon wouldn't stay in Mo Tianji's hands for more than a breath. Third update. Requesting recommendation votes. Brothers and sisters, yesterday's recommendation votes were 7,000. Today, it's less than 3,500. Chapter 592. Great Minds Think Alike. Chuyang faintly smiled. Then he began to ponder. The Xie clan's clan lord, Xie Guangin, sat opposite him. His complexion was heavy as he said, "The entire 3 heavens have become a pot of paste. They're ready to strike at any time. But Mo Tianji has seriously requested that our clans mustn't make the first move." He sighed and said, "This is somewhat torturous. We can't do anything apart from listening to the news every day. It's very uncomfortable. We obviously can't make the first move. Only Ao clan can make the first move in order to set off the biggest turmoil in the 3 heavens." Chuyang didn't evade the taboo in front of Ao Xie Yin. He said, "I'm afraid that we'll be hit with a bucket of shit if we make the first move. That would be very detrimental to our plan." Xie Guangin sighed. "I don't know this, but I feel oppressed by this. But that's Mo Tianji's plan. And we have our own plan." Chuyang nodded. His eyes emitted a crazy murderous intention as he said, "Xie clan is located in the north. So, it and O clan are the only 2 clans in this vast area. O clan is close to the empty city now. So, we might as well eradicate the O clan first. Then, we'll sweep away any worries in the future." Xie Guangin was startled. He said, "How can this be? Didn't you say that we can't make the first move?" "Yes, who said that we can make the first move. Chu Yang strangely looked at him. Then, Xie Guang'an stroked his beard. He was somewhat perplexed. He stared at Chu Yang. He wanted to say, "Aren't you contradicting yourself?" However, he didn't say it out loud after he thought for a while. "You can't make a move on Xie Clan, but you didn't say that you can't make a move on our heavenly armament pavilion." Chu Yang mischievously smiled. "O Clan ambushed us in the past, and they almost killed us. So, how can we not take revenge for this hatred?" Xie Guang'an smiled and said, "Minister Chu, it's understandable that your heavenly armament pavilion would make the first move. But, forgive me for being blunt, your heavenly armament pavilion isn't weak. But your strength is still a bit weak if you want to swallow the O Clan." "Yes," Chu Yang said in a matter of fact. "Don't we still have you? Moreover, the Xie Clan is at the heart of the struggle. So, all the big clans have sent their experts here to protect their allies. Don't tell me that they're so idle as to watch us fight with our lives on the line." Xie Guang'an was stunned. "Didn't you tell us not to move? When you wear our Heavenly Armament Pavilion's clothes and put on our Heavenly Armament Pavilion's masks, you are our Heavenly Armament Pavilion's people. Who told your Xie Clan to take action?" Chu Yang was somewhat depressed. It was just a trivial matter, yet he had to explain it for so long. As the head of the family, he couldn't even compare to his son. However, he didn't know that the Xie Clan had always been under the control of the Elders' Council. And there was also the old ancestor above the Elders' Council. Xie Guang'an had become the clan lord in order to pave the way for Xie Danqiong to take over the clan lord's position in the future. Xie Danqiong had been born with the best aptitude in the Xie Clan. So, the old ancestor had personally appointed him as the next clan lord. Xie Guang'an had ascended to the position of clan lord because of his son in order to avoid disputes within the clan. "I see." Xie Guang'an hesitated. "Is this all right?" Chu Yang frowned and said, "I'm in charge now." What he meant was, "You stand further away and don't talk." Chu Yang immediately sent out a message. All the experts were to get ready. Then he issued the order to fight. Chu Yang didn't hesitate. All the experts had assembled in a moment. There were 13 Emperor-level experts and 200 King-level experts in addition to the external experts. Chu Yang didn't use the experts below the King level. "I also want to participate in this battle." Ao Xie Yin stepped forward and said seriously. He had already put on a mask on his face. "All right." Chu Yang agreed. "Wait a moment." Xie Zhiqiu stepped out of the void with a loud shout and arrived in front of Chu Yang. The aura of this Xie clan's old ancestor had advanced a lot since the last time they had met. It had become deeper like the sea and more majestic like a mountain. It seemed that his cultivation had made a breakthrough after he had obtained the mysterious jade ice crystal. He then said, "Little brother, the Xie clan and the O clan have been here for several generations. Moreover, both sides have always been hostile, but they have never fought each other. Do you know why? Is it because of the O clan's poison?" Chu Yang's eyes flashed. "Yes." Xie Zhiqiu nodded and said, "The O clan's poison technique is the best in the 3 heavens. This old man forbids you from going into battle if you don't have a way to deal with the poison. That's because you won't be going to annihilate the enemy. Instead, you'll be throwing away your life. The poison is everywhere in the O clan's courtyard. It's impossible to guard against it." Chu Yang faintly smiled. He then said with confidence, "Senior, don't worry. This junior already has a plan for this." He asked GMO and Luo Kadi to carry out 2 big jugs of wine from their rooms. Each jug weighed 50 kilograms. They then shakily placed them in front of the team. "This is my specially made detoxification wine. Everyone can drink a bowl of it. It can guarantee that you won't be invaded by 10,000 poisons for a period of time." Chu Yang calmly said. won't be invaded by 10,000 poisons? Xie Zhiqiu's pupil shrank. Let me try. Then he stepped forward and scooped a bowl of wine. He drank it in one gulp. Then he took out a pitch-black pill from his bosom and put it in his mouth. Old ancestor, you can't. Xie Guangyin loudly shouted. His voice was filled with panic. It doesn't matter. Xie Zhiqiu pushed him aside. He smacked his lips after a long while. Then he suspiciously said, This poison dragon pill has lost its effect after drinking a bowl of wine. What kind of medicinal wine is this? Why does it taste like our Xie clan's drunken immortal? But our drunken immortal doesn't have the detoxification function. Chu Yang's face twitched. He let out 2 dry coughs and said, This old man is old. But his nose and mouth are still as intelligent as ever. He can even tell that this is your Xie clan's drunken immortal. These 2 jugs of wine were the same wine that Chu Yang had drunk on the night when he had made an agreement with the Xie clan. Chu Yang had single-handedly challenged the drinking capacity of the entire Xie clan on that day. So, the Xie clan's people still remembered it vividly. The old ancestor had set an example. So, the others also drank the wine one by one without any hesitation. Of course, more than half of these 200 people would have vomited on the spot if they had known that Chu Yang had drunk this wine. The sword spirit couldn't change the fact that this wine had entered Chu Yang's mouth first. Then it had entered Chu Yang's stomach, and then it had entered the tribulation space. In a sense, this wine is Minister Chu's excrement. Minister Chu had no choice. How could he have so much water in such a hurry? It would have been too wasteful if he had used the vitality spring. There were 2 jugs of wine in the tribulation space. So how could he not use them? Moreover, the wine's efficacy would have dispersed a bit faster. Since that's the case, this old man will exercise his hands and feet tonight. Leave that old poison of the O clan to this old man. Xie Zhiqiu wasn't afraid of the O clan's poison after drinking the wine. So, he was full of heroic spirit. The old ancestor of the O clan had always been in the O clan's secret chamber. He and Xie Zhiqiu were old enemies. The 2 old men were well aware that the other wasn't dead. So, it was time to decide who would live or die. Xie Zhiqiu had just broken through to the martial monarch realm. So, he wasn't afraid of the old poison. So, he naturally didn't put that old poison in his eyes. Everyone, today's plan is like this. Chu Yang drew on the ground with his long sword. Tonight, we will destroy the O clan. Chu Yang finished the arrangements. Then he shouted, My heavenly armament pavilion will rise in 3 days from tonight. Roar. Only Dong Wushang and the others responded. The others looked at King of Hell Chu with a strange look in their eyes. We are the ones fighting. How can your heavenly armament pavilion rise? Minister, Chu didn't care about this. You are the ones fighting. But you are using the name of our heavenly armament pavilion. Who will know that you are the ones fighting after this battle? We have offended so many people in the northern wilderness. So, it's inevitable that some people will come to settle accounts with us. But who will dare to come and look for trouble if those guys know that we have the ability to destroy the O clan in one night? Moreover, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion will become famous. So, who would be afraid that no one will come to join us? Tonight's operation must be fast. Moreover, we aren't afraid of the O clan's poison. But we must make use of their poison. Don't confront them head-on if you can mount a sneak attack. And don't call yourselves heroes if you can catch them off guard. Chu Yang's eyes flashed like lightning. He then said with a righteous face, First, pretend to be dead when you encounter poison. Then, wait for the enemy to arrive at your side. Then, kill them violently. We must caress the necks of these poisonous creatures of the O clan like a gentle breeze. We must caress their necks like lovers. We must let them die in surprise and trembling. Minister Chu said with an awe-inspiring righteousness, I call this operation Operation Love. Oh! Do you remember it? Everyone broke out in cold sweat. This guy in front of them was extremely treacherous. Of course, the most awesome thing was that he could deploy such a vicious, sinister, despicable, and wretched battle plan with an awe-inspiring righteousness on his face. He was a genius that had never been seen before. He is Operation Love. Oh, who can withstand such a fatal caress? Get ready now. Everyone will set out after a quarter of an hour. We will rush into the O clan at the third watch of the night. Burn, kill, and plunder. Cut the weeds and dig up the roots. Don't leave a chicken or a dog alive. There won't be a O clan for 3 days after tonight. A murderous intention flashed in Chu Yang's eyes. That night it was late at night. The sky was dotted with stars. The earth was dark. The O clan's ancient castle was continuous on this hillside. A feng shui master would have recognized the O clan's headquarters if he had come here to take a look. It was the location of a dragon's vein in this mountain. It was a dark night. More than 200 experts had gathered in a small forest more than 5 kilometers away. They were glaring like tigers watching their prey. Everyone was crouching in the underbrush. Their eyes were flickering with a bright light. Let's go. Chu Yang waved his hand. He took the lead and rushed out. Gu Duxing, GMO, Rui Butong, and Tantan followed closely behind. They went out like a cool breeze. Dong Wushang and Luo Kadi weren't suitable for this operation. Dong Wushang was too tall and sturdy, and Luo Kadi was somewhat lacking in this aspect. So, Chu Yang and the other 4 people could only start the operation. The people behind them watched the 5 people rush out. They nervously opened their eyes wide, but then they rubbed their eyes with their hands. What did I just see? How did these people disappear after they went out? There was only a piece of flat grassland in front of them. The highest part of the grassland was only up to their calves. But these 5 people were madly rushing and flying on this grassland, and they were moving without making any sound. Chu Yang and the others had already rushed out 7 or 8 kilometers with a whoosh sound. Their movements were like the caress of a lover. They were gentle and graceful. They were full of tenderness and affection, but they were also full of deadly murderous intention. The gate of the O clan's castle was right in front of them. The 4th watch has been delivered. Chapter 593. Everyone in the grove looked at the faintly discernible silhouettes flickering under the starlight. Their hearts were in their mouths. The O clan had been an aristocratic clan for hundreds of years. So, how strong was its castle? Chu Yang and the others were very skilled in concealment techniques. However, they couldn't enter the city directly. So, what kind of method would they use to trick the O clan into opening the gate? Everyone still had doubts in their hearts. King of Hell, Chu, had said that he had a way. But what method would he use to make the O clan open the gate in such a tense situation? Therefore, no one had dared to think of a strong attack. Even a monarch-level expert wouldn't necessarily be able to blast open the gate of the O clan. Everyone was looking at King of Hell, Chu, at this moment. The O clan would be destroyed tonight as long as King of Hell, Chu, could open the gate. However, everyone would have no choice but to withdraw if the gate couldn't be opened. It was so quiet that it seemed as if the late-night wind had condensed into a silent depression. Suddenly, a sword light appeared in the dark night and illuminated the night sky. A bleak and vicissitudes of life aura seemed to have come from ancient times, and it swept through the world in a flash. The entire world suddenly changed from the early autumn season to a biting cold wind. A cold light appeared. It was extended. A lightning-like sword light split the entire world in a split second. Even the void of the late night trembled fiercely at this moment. The sword light was like a dragon as it crossed the sky. It was hundreds of feet long and was as thick as a drum. It majestically rushed towards the gate of the O clan. It seemed as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. Everyone was petrified. King of Hell, Chu had said that he had a way, but it turned out to be a barbaric and hooligan's method. He had used his sword to blast open the gate of the O clan with absolute violence. This bastard even said that he would use the fiery light as a signal. Everyone had thought that he had a way to sneak in, but they hadn't expected that he would use the fiery light as a signal. Motherfucker. Why would he need the fiery light as a signal? Even a blind person would be able to see your sword light within 200 miles. Crazy! More than 200 experts sighed at the same time. Then an idea arose in everyone's mind. Get ready to retreat. This King of Hell, Chu, has no plan. I thought that he would have a way, but it seems that he was just bragging. Today's training. Motherfucker. How could the O clan have survived until now if you could split open the gate of the O clan with your sword? Hadn't they been destroyed 700 to 800 times already? How childish. Did he think that he was a saint-level expert? However, in the next moment, everyone who was sighing suddenly widened their eyes and rubbed their eyes with their fingers. Their faces were filled with disbelief and horror as if they had seen a ghost. I must be dreaming, right? That ball of sword light boldly rushed over. The sword light had barely risen when someone on the O clan's gate tower noticed it. Enemy attack! A shrill scream was heard, and the copper bell that sounded the alarm kept ringing. Then clusters of gold and silver light appeared, and streams of 5-colored black smoke poured down one after another. Countless concealed weapons and poisons instantly filled the area within a radius of 500 feet in front of the O clan's main gate. However, all these lights and colors were overshadowed by Chu Yang's sword light. Ding-ding-ding sounds rang out continuously. Gold and silver light scattered in all directions. The poisonous smoke that had just started to spread out suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, a few miserable screams rang out from the city gate. The sword light had struck back the concealed weapons and had gone to look for their masters. However, that sword light carried the power of a thunderbolt and resolutely crashed into the gate like a meteor. This door was a full 10 feet thick and made of steel. It was as heavy as 10,000 kilograms. But it seemed as if a giant's belly had been pierced in front of this sword light, and a big hole appeared in front of it. There were neat traces of tearing steel plates around the hole. Chu Yang had rushed into the O clan's castle with his sword. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. What kind of monster is this? Even Xie Zhiqiu, who had the highest cultivation among everyone present, had opened his eyes wide, and his mouth wide open as if he had seen a ghost. He was so shocked that he was almost speechless. Xie Zhiqiu had obtained the mysterious jade ice crystal and had finally broken through the barrier of monarch-level expert. However, he asked himself, I wouldn't have been able to penetrate this gate of the O clan if I had a divine weapon in my hand, and I would have used my lifelong cultivation to drive it. But this King of Hell Chu has not only penetrated it, but has also created such a big hole. Moreover, he has also rushed in. Then a few screams came out from inside. Then a sword light lit up outside and followed closely behind King of Hell Chu. Then the man and the sword rushed in together. The entire space was suddenly filled with a biting, cold sword intention when this sword came out. It seemed as if a cold wind was whistling through the earth. Then a neat clang sound resounded in the entire world. Even the experts who had been lying in ambush in the grove were no exception. The swords on the waists of all the people who used swords vibrated at the same time, and saluted the emperor. This was the worldly principle of the way of the sword. Sword Emperor. This Gu clan's young clan, Lord Gu Duxing, is an extremely pure sword emperor. He doesn't have the slightest bit of impurity. Xie Zhiqiu grabbed his head and exclaimed in surprise. However, this sword cry had reminded everyone, and they rushed out one after another. Dong Wushang had already taken the lead and rushed to the front. GMO, Tan Tan, Rui Butong, and the others had already entered the castle after Gu Duxing. Countless experts of the O clan were crazily rushing out from inside the castle. Everyone knew that the O clan would be finished if they couldn't guard the main gate and drive the enemy out. Chu Yang's body was taken over by the sword spirit at that moment. Then he suddenly burst forth and launched the move. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world with all his strength? The 10,000-year evil spirit had erupted. Moreover, the calamity sword had an invincible sharpness, and the peerless might of the sword move had broken through the 10,000-pound main gate of the O clan with irresistible force. Then he rushed into the O clan with his sword and smashed the inner gate of the O clan. Then he slaughtered all the experts of the O clan who had been guarding the main gate. Blood flowed like a river. Then Chu Yang stuffed an incomplete version of the heavy pill into his mouth. The sword spirit waited until Chu Yang's martial power had recovered by half. Then he quietly withdrew and let Chu Yang take control of the situation. The experts of the O clan rushed forward like a tide. Chu Yang shouted loudly, and a cold light shone in 10,000 fathoms. He made a move, and the world was suddenly filled with cold lights. In fact, the entire sky was filled with cold lights. A ding-ding-dang-dang sound was heard, and blood was bursting out from time to time. The sword light flashed beside him, and a sharp sword energy swept past him. It then rushed into the crowd without stopping. The swords of dozens of enemies issued a clanging sound at the same time. Sword Emperor. Gu Duxing has arrived. Gu Duxing let out a long and loud shout, and the black dragon's sword issued a sword cry at the same time. Then it started to tremble and churn in the air. GMO and the other two rushed in after that. The might of the 5 brothers' joint attack was like that of a mad tiger. In fact, they managed to push the experts of the O clan back outside the gate tower. However, the space was vast, and the pressure had multiplied once they had gone out. Countless experts of the O clan had rushed over from all directions. Chu Yang and the others had rushed in, but the situation still wasn't optimistic. This place was still narrow. Those old monsters would have been able to take advantage of the terrain to firmly block everyone if the O clan had firmly guarded this place. In fact, even 200 king-level experts wouldn't have been able to display their full strength due to the narrow terrain. And they would have been annihilated by the enemy. Therefore, Chu Yang must immediately change the present situation. Rushing in wasn't a victory. The real battle would take place in a short period of time after they had rushed in. Chu Yang and the others must guard the passage. They must open the passage and allow the experts of the O clan to calmly enter the castle. Only then would their initial plan be considered a success. Chu Yang let out a long and loud shout. GMO and Gu Duxing immediately stood in a row. Then they suddenly took 3 steps forward and crazily attacked the enemies. They were protecting Chu Yang behind them. GMO and Rui Butong's bodies were splashed with blood during these 3 steps. They had been injured. Chu Yang took advantage of this small gap and roared loudly. Shua! 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 He threw out dozens of big oil barrels one after another from the tribulation space. Each barrel weighed hundreds of kilograms. They fell down with a loud rumble, and the kerosene splashed in all directions. Then he flicked his hand and threw them out like meteors. Boom! The flames came in contact with the kerosene and started to burn fiercely. Bang! The raging flames soared to the sky, and the oil barrels exploded in the crowd of the O clan. Ah, oil barrels! That bastard! Where did he get so much kerosene? Old 3rd XAN is burning. Quickly retreat. Quickly retreat. I don't believe that they can rush in from such a big fire. Blood-curdling screams resounded unceasingly. Then boom, 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 several oil barrels exploded at the same time. Flames soared to the sky in front of the city gate's main gate. This stopped the O clan's experts from rushing towards the gate. The raging flames soared to the sky. Blood-curdling screams resounded unceasingly. A gray-clothed man's silhouette rushed over from the direction of the O clan's inner palace. He was flying at such a high speed that he issued sonic booms in the air. He then shouted loudly what happened. Several silhouettes soared from the direction of the inner palace and rushed over here. Chu Yang took large strides to welcome them. The 7 shades cold energy floated around his body and wrapped Gu Duxing and the others inside. He let out a long and loud shout, and the raging flames suddenly separated on both sides. Then the 5 brothers strode out of the flames and suddenly rushed in. It seemed as if 5 fiendish demons had suddenly rushed out of the raging flames. Their entire bodies were emitting a sinister and vicious aura. Chu Yang burst into laughter and said, "Nothing happened. It's just that the King of Hell has come to invite us to dinner. Everyone, please go to the Netherworld's 18 layers of hell for a meal, sightseeing, and a permanent residence there. The entire O clan is here. Get ready to attend the banquet." Ha ha ha! That gray-clothed old man coldly snorted. He floated down from the sky and shouted, "Ignorant Junior!" This old man, O Fanga, will take your little life. The wind from his palm whistled and chopped towards Chu Yang's face. A cold light flickered and covered the top of his head. Black energy filled the air. He had launched the O clan's unique poison technique at the same time. It seemed as if a mass of dense fog had fallen down by the time he had landed on the ground. The dense fog was mixed with a cold light. Chu Yang sneered and said, "A trifling first-grade Emperor-level expert dares to boast shamelessly in front of me. Die of old age." Tribulation sword flashed high up in the sky. He didn't dodge or evade. His sharp determination was buried deep, but it didn't change. He rushed forward to meet force with force. The sword light dazzled like a midnight flower and suddenly exploded in the sky. To be continued. Chapter 594. Chu Yang's sword light burst forth, and a figure rolled in like a gust of wind from the circular hole that the calamity sword had created behind him. Xie Zhi Qiu was like a fish in water, but he had brazenly rushed in like a raging storm. He waved his hand, and a sparkling ice crystal armor condensed on his body. Then he rushed into the fire without stopping. He appeared beside GMO in the next moment. Xie Zhi Qiu snapped the necks of the 3 king-level experts who were besieging GMO with a kacha sound. Xie Zhi Qiu smashed the head of the king-level expert on the right with his left hand and smashed it like a watermelon. Then he grabbed the last king-level expert's chest with his skinny fingers and pulled out his heart while it was still alive. Xie Zhi Qiu swept past like a gust of wind, and the 3 king-level experts besieging Rue Butong fell down like straws. His skinny body rushed into the camp of the O clan's experts like a whirlwind and started a massacre. His silhouette left a bloody alley wherever he passed. Chu Yang's hidden sharp determination had already pounced on the gray-robed emperor-level expert from Midair by this time. He pierced through the poisonous fog. The sword light was shattered. The gray-robed emperor-level expert, O Fong, couldn't believe his eyes. Chu Yang crushed the treasured sword that had accompanied him for his entire life into pieces. Then his hand that was holding the sword turned into blood foam. Then his arm, shoulder, and half of his body got swallowed up by the sword light. His eyes were still filled with confusion, shock, and puzzlement. He had never dreamed that the opposite party would ignore his poisonous technique. This was a highly toxic poison that could make an elephant fall down if it smelled it. But this man's entire body was shrouded in his poisonous fog. And he had still beheaded him? How is this possible? His heart was still filled with these words until his death. How is this possible? People were constantly passing through the circular hole in the main gate. Some of them practiced cold attribute cultivation techniques. So they had to circulate their cultivation to endure the flames. However, some of the ordinary king-level experts didn't have such good luck. However, these people knew that tonight was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. All the clans were preparing in secret, but none of them had made any move. Therefore, the Oak clan had never thought that they would be the first clan to be attacked. Therefore, they had been careless in guarding against this attack. Breaking through the main gate of the Oak clan would be as difficult as ascending to heaven if they missed this opportunity. Moreover, who knows if King of Hell Chu still has any antidote wine. Next time, would the Oak clan research a special poison to deal with the detoxification wine? This was a risk that no one could take. Therefore, he had to go all out tonight. They endured the burning flames and rushed into the fire. Then, they rushed out of the flames with their bodies burning. They rolled on the ground to extinguish the flames. Then, they rushed into the enemy's formation with blisters all over their bodies. The results of the battle were increasing step by step. Only a few experts of the Oak clan were left outside the city gate by the time more than half of the 200 experts had entered the city. Long and loud whistling sounds were unceasingly heard. People of the Oak clan were rushing over here from all directions. Chu Yang and Xie Zhiqiu also led the troops forward like a sharp arrow, and they left no survivors wherever they went. The Oak clan seemed to have realized that the enemy had already broken through the city's gate tower. So, they had also given up on the fight for the city's gate tower. All the experts of the Oak clan were advancing towards the Oak clan's main building amidst the mournful howls. This place was the core of the Oak clan. All of the Oak clan's top forces, all of their experts, all of their wealth. They were all here. Hundreds of people had already gathered in the square in front of the gate, and more people were still gathering here. Everyone was silent as they looked at the long road in front of them. The roads leading to this place had been sprinkled with poison, including the roof. Moreover, the poisonous fog had filled the entire sky of the Oak clan. It was dawn, but this place was still very dark. The poisonous fog was so thick and dense that it even surpassed the darkness of the night, where one couldn't even see their own fingers. All the clansmen of the Oak clan had thrown out all of their stocks. These poisons could kill as soon as they touched blood, but they were of the lowest grade. Most of these poisons could cause one's entire body to fester and be consigned to eternal damnation as long as one came into contact with them. There was also a lot of floating, poisonous fog. It was similar to the poisonous fog of a plague, but it was 100 times more vicious than a plague. If all the poisons of the Oak clan were to be placed in a densely populated area, it could be clearly said that there wouldn't be a single living being within a radius of several thousand miles. This included livestock, wild fowls, and wild beasts, and even plants, trees, flowers, and flowers. The area within a radius of 1,000 miles would become a land of death within 100 years. Nothing would be able to live there. Using such a formation to deal with a mere 200 or so enemies seemed to be using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, everyone's hearts were restless. They were looking at the wide road with panic in their eyes. In fact, some of them were out of their wits. It seemed as if their spiritual support had been taken away. That was because they knew that the poison formation in the direction of the city gate wasn't much inferior to the one here. And the enemies had broken through from that direction, but they hadn't caused any casualties. Could it be that they weren't afraid of the poison? This thought had defeated the faith of some of the O clan's people. The pillar of the O clan, including their spiritual support, was poison. No one was afraid of using poison to run rampant in the three heavens. No one wasn't afraid of it. In fact, even the AO clan had to give way to them because of their poison. Therefore, the O clan had been growing stronger and stronger. The number of emperor-level experts had also been increasing. The nearby Siak clan only had one emperor-level expert. But the O clan was famous. This was the light of the poison. The O clan would have had at least half as many experts if they hadn't used poison to intimidate the three heavens. They wouldn't have dared to kill. This was the attitude of the people of the three heavens towards the O clan. After all, they would have had to face thousands upon thousands of poison experts as long as they killed one of them. Who would have dared to take such a big risk? However, the enemy wasn't afraid of poison now. This was tantamount to smashing the O clan's biggest pillar of support. It had shattered their illusions and had taken away their most powerful spiritual support. More and more experts of the O clan had gathered. They had slowly formed the scale of 1,000 people in front of the main building, and more people were still rushing over. All the people who had rushed over had tacitly arranged themselves in an orderly manner according to their original positions and status in the clan. All the guards had spontaneously arranged themselves in a formation. More than 1,000 people were standing quietly in the morning breeze. And the number of people had slowly increased to more than 2,000. Many people had formed teams in the distance and were silently paying attention to the side. Those people were the low-level warriors of the O clan. Everyone below the martial great master level was there. All the people who were standing here were martial great masters or above. 3 old men were standing in the front. Their white beards were fluttering in the wind. Their complexions were cold and stiff. They were the 3 remaining emperor-level elders of the O clan. 5 emperor-level experts had been killed by King of Hell Chu in the Chill Wind Forest, and the first one had died in battle today. The remaining 3 emperor-level elders didn't know that the emperor-level expert who had died today had also died at the hands of King of Hell Chu. The sound of footsteps gradually came from afar. It was accompanied by a murderous aura. It seemed as if countless ancient beasts were slowly walking over step by step. The aura in the air seemed to have solidified as the sound of footsteps got closer and closer. The palms of the 3 emperor-level elders had already started to sweat. Even their foreheads had become somewhat soaked. They could tell from the sound of the footsteps that the enemy's strength hadn't suffered any damage. This also showed that the enemy wasn't afraid of poison. The 3 elders sighed as they looked at the dense poisonous fog that was pervading the air above the main building of the O clan. Despair had faintly risen in their hearts. The clan lord and the young lord had led 300 experts of the clan to hunt down Ao Seyin, but they hadn't returned yet. King of Hell Chu had ruthlessly attacked them in the Chill Wind Forest. 30 king-level experts and 5 emperor-level experts had been killed. The strength of the O clan wasn't much now. In fact, it wasn't even 1/4 of its usual strength. There were more than 2,000 people around them. It seemed like a lot of people. But the 3 elders knew that there were only a dozen or so king-level experts among these people. Only a few of them were revered martial artists. But most of them were martial great masters. They were at a disadvantage in terms of strength compared to the enemy. "Does the old ancestor know about this matter?" An old man licked his lips and asked. The great elder remained silent for a moment. Then he replied, "The old ancestor already knows. but he hasn't come out yet. The old ancestor is an emperor-level expert. Perhaps these enemies wouldn't be enough to deal with him if he were to come out. I only hope that the old ancestor won't come out too late." The great elder didn't speak. He knew that his brother was emboldening him. The old ancestor was an emperor-level expert, and the enemy camp didn't have a corresponding expert. But they would be exhausted to death if they were to deal with so many experts with their own strength. The sound of footsteps was getting clearer and clearer in the dense fog. Suddenly, the dense poisonous fog seemed to be disappearing rapidly, and a black-clothed man appeared in front of them. Wherever he went, the poisonous fog would quickly disappear. It seemed as if a thin snowflake had encountered the scorching sun in the sky. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, a jade-like face and vermilion lips, and a slender figure with a long sword hanging from his waist. He was dressed in black, and looked like a black cloud floating in the sky. It was a handsome youngster. However, this youngster's eyes were filled with endless murderous aura. He stepped out of the poisonous fog and raised his eyes to look. His gaze was like two sharp sword lights, and he was staring straight at the great elder's face. "King of Hell-Chu." The great elder was stunned. The great elder had seen Chu-Yong the last time he had come to the O clan. Not only had he seen him, but he had also left a deep impression on him. "Great elder, time flies. We meet again." Chu-Yang's voice was very gentle. There was a faint and warm smile on his face. In fact, it seemed as if he was a newly married son-in-law who was accompanying his wife to her parents' home. His voice was gentle, and his complexion was warm. However, there was a trace of restraint and shyness on his face. But the content of his words was completely different. Don't forget that great elder's elegant demeanor is still the same as before. But you're still like a malicious ghost. So it's good to congratulate you. He faintly smiled. Then he politely said, "Great elder, I've specially sent you to become a real malicious ghost. What do you think? Do you feel like you're going crazy with joy?" To be continued. Chapter 595. "King of Hell-Chu, are you dealing with my O clan this time?" The great elder angrily said. "You are very bold." Chu-Yong gently smiled and said, "Does your O clan only know how to talk nonsense like this? My heavenly armament pavilion has already attacked this place. But you still can't determine that I'm dealing with you?" He somewhat pitifully said, "How low is your IQ?" "You." The great elder was furious. His frosty, white eyebrows trembled. Then he took a long breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He then said, "King of Hell-Chu, our O clan had handled the matter that day without thinking. We had offended you, and you came back to take revenge. So we have nothing to say. However, you've already killed many of our O clan's people. You've also breached the castle. So you should be able to offset the hatred between us, right? Moreover, you haven't suffered any losses or casualties." His dead fish-like eyes seemed to have softened. He then slowly said, "King of Hell-Chu, this old man promises to let bygones be bygones if you withdraw now. And we won't interfere with your heavenly armament pavilion from now on. What do you think?" The great elder's words caused an uproar among the O clan's people. They hadn't expected that the powerful great elder would show weakness in front of the enemy today. This had greatly damaged the O clan's reputation. The great elder was also helpless. Only King of Hell-Chu had appeared on the other side. There were still many experts hidden in the dark. The O clan had fallen into a disadvantageous position in today's battle. So they would have avoided this calamity if King of Hell-Chu withdrew. They would have made King of Hell-Chu die miserably if they had missed this opportunity. They had shown weakness, but it was a delaying tactic. One had to endure humiliation to carry a heavy burden. Moreover, the old ancestor hadn't shown himself yet. So, the O clan's chances of victory would have increased if the old ancestor hadn't retreated. Chu Yang chuckled and said, "Great Elder, you must be joking. This is just a misunderstanding." "Of course. Everything will be fine once the misunderstanding is resolved. As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. A friend is a road, and an enemy is a wall. Patience is like a knife above a person's head. Let go when you have to let go. Let go when you can spare people. Great Elder is a wise and far-sighted elder." The expression on the great elder's face became extremely marvelous after he heard these words. The fact that the other party had fallen into his trap so easily shocked him. Chu Yang naturally saw through the other party's intention. He was just stalling for time. It just so happened that Chu Yang also needed to stall for time. So, it was natural that they were an adulterous couple. Even if the great elder were to delay, he would only be able to delay until that old ancestor of the Oak clan came out. Moreover, he already had a countermeasure on his side. Xie Zhiqiu was ready to fight. He reckoned that even if that old man came out, it wouldn't be of much use. The Oak clan didn't have any other reinforcements or military forces. Chu Yang was not afraid at all. However, the reason why he was stalling for time was because he was the one who had set the fire. 200 experts had rushed out of the raging inferno. The cold attribute energy wasn't that bad, but 70 or 80 king level experts had different degrees of burns on their bodies. He had ignited so much kerosene at the same time. It was almost comparable to lava. Although everyone had rushed in with injuries, they were about to face so many enemies. It would definitely affect their strength and cause too many unnecessary casualties. However, the Great Elder didn't know about this. The Great Elder wanted to stall for time. So, Chu Yang naturally wanted to take advantage of it. Gu Duxing and the others were melting the 3 incomplete versions of the heavy pills in a big bowl of Vitality spring water. Everyone who was injured and burned drank a mouthful of it and seized the time to heal their injuries. This period of time was very rare. "So, Minister Chu means to stop here?" the Great Elder asked tentatively. "Stop? Yes, yes. Of course, I have to stop." Chu Yang nodded repeatedly. "We don't have any enmity between us. Don't you think so? Besides, Great Elder, you're already so old. If you want me to have any enmity with you for stealing your wife, I won't be interested. I won't be able to do it. Don't you think so? It's a misunderstanding. It's fine as long as it's clarified. Great Elder can consider giving me some compensation. Then I will turn around and leave without any objection." "What kind of compensation do you want?" the Great Elder hastily asked. He didn't get angry. He thought in his heart, "You want to have the hatred of snatching my wife. I've already refined my wife's 5 poisons body. She's already underground. You'll have to die first if you want to snatch my wife. Let me calculate." Minister Chu looked up to the sky. He had a serious look on his face as he calculated. "Your O clan deceived me first. Then you ambushed me, and then my losses, my emotional losses, my youth, my belongings, my anger, my liver, my anger, my heart, my depression, my loss, my beauty, my loss, my loss, my loss, my loss, my loss of feelings, my loss of youth, my loss of goods, my loss of anger, my loss of heart, my loss of beauty, my loss of beauty, my loss of girls." He talked about his losses in a row. In fact, he talked about 30 to 40 kinds of losses. The Great Elder got angry when he heard this. He almost wanted to strangle Chu Yang to death. However, he had no choice but to endure the current situation. So, he listened with a smile on his face. "Everything will be fine as long as this bastard leaves." It's just a matter of a few words for me to flatten this little guy. Chu Yang talked nonstop about his losses until Gu Duxing coughed softly and said, "That's enough." Then he stopped. He took a deep breath and said, "That's all. It's fine if you compensate me. I don't want to go overboard. I'm just putting myself in your shoes. So, I don't want to offend you. What kind of compensation do you want?" The great elder restrained his anger, but his eyes were flickering with anger. "It's very simple. The people of your O clan will commit suicide together. Then, you'll give me this territory, and it'll be okay." Chu Yang faintly smiled. "What do you think?" The great elder's entire body started to tremble. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He clenched his teeth and said, "Are you playing with me?" "Smart." Chu Yang snapped his fingers. He then said with a smile, "You're a genius, child." The great elder looked at Chu Yang with anger in his eyes. He was so angry that it seemed as if he was going to suffer from asthma. His entire body seemed to be filled with air, and he slowly swelled up. Then he suddenly shouted, "Son of a bitch!" "Don't shout your own name so loudly." Chu Yang sincerely and earnestly instructed, "This isn't good. Others will scold your father." "Die." The great elder was so angry that he had lost his reason. His stature grew and he rushed over. His body hadn't arrived yet, but a sharp whistling sound was heard in the air. "Go back." Two silhouettes flashed. Two emperor-level experts flashed out of the gray fog behind Chu Yang and went to greet the great elder. Then the dense fog stirred up and more than 200 experts quietly appeared. Each of them was wearing a black robe and a sinister mask on their faces. The great elder turned over and retreated with two thumping sounds. He then looked at these 200 people in front of him in bewilderment. He was surprised to find that even the weakest among them was a king-level expert. Where did King of Hell Chu find so many experts? "These are all the people of your heavenly armament pavilion?" The great elder's eyes flickered as he asked. "Of course. They aren't the people of the heavenly armament pavilion. Could it be that they are the people of your O clan?" Chu Yang curled his lips and said with a smile, "Surrender and commit suicide. Be obedient." The great elder staggered. Despair rose in his heart. Several alarmed cries came from the crowd of the O clan behind him. They were in an uproar. The enemy's lineup is so formidable. Chu Yang's gaze turned cold. The murderous intention in his eyes slowly became more and more intense. He then waved his hand. "Go! Kill them all! Don't leave anyone alive!" More than 200 people set into action as soon as the order was given. They rushed straight towards the densely packed troops of the O clan. Battle cries resounded everywhere. Saber lights and sword shadows flashed back and forth. Blood-curdling screams resounded. The great elder stood in front of Chu Yang in a daze. He looked at this group of mysterious enemies rushing and killing inside the 10,000 poisons great array that his clan had painstakingly arranged. They weren't affected in the slightest. So he felt bitter in his heart. "Oh, clan is finished." The great elder felt even more uncomfortable as this thought rose in his mind. "I only want to ask one thing." The great elder smiled sadly. "How come you aren't afraid of poison?" "It's very simple. Our physique is very good," Chu Yang replied. The great elder knew that Chu Yang wouldn't blame him, so he heaved a long sigh. Then he suddenly shouted, "Ancestor! Ancestor! Please come out quickly. The O clan is finished. The O clan is finished." His voice spread far and wide like a thunderbolt. His voice was filled with sorrow and despair, so almost everyone could hear it. The great elder knew that such a big thing had happened, so the ancestor must have known about it. Moreover, the great elder was watching from the sidelines. However, he felt more and more sorrowful because of this. "Is the ancestor of my clan helplessly watching the destruction of my clan. The battle cries were still echoing. The people of the O clan were still falling down in droves. A group of revered martial artists and martial great masters were facing a large group of king-level experts and emperor-level experts. In fact, the disparity between them couldn't be measured with words. The great elder finally threw himself into the battle. He attacked with grief and indignation. He wanted to find King of Helchu. He wanted to kill this chief culprit first. However, he couldn't reach King of Helchu's side under the siege. He could only look at that damned bastard as he continued to sneakily plot against the O clan's people. And the O clan's people fell into his hands, one after another. Ao Xiayin was the craziest in the battle. He was wearing the mask of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. His eyes had already turned red from the killing. He would roar in his heart every time he killed someone, "Revenge! I will take revenge for you." His heart was getting more and more sour, and it was getting more and more resentful. "I only want to kill the enemy." Du Qingyun and Qin Zhan's faces floated in front of him. Their eyes were vaguely filled with worry and concern. "Uncle Du, Uncle Qin, I will take revenge for you. Do you see it?" Ao Xiayin was crazily killing. His heart ached, and tears suddenly streamed down his cheeks. "Do you see it? Do you see it?" Ao Xiayin suddenly faced upwards and roared. Tears streamed down his face. "I will take revenge for you. I will take revenge. I will take revenge." Ao Xiayin crazily chopped the enemy in front of him into two halves. Then he chopped the enemy's waist with his sword. He chopped the enemy into pieces as if he was chopping melons and vegetables. He roared violently after he attacked with his sword. Then he started to bawl loudly. He cried so hard that his liver and intestines were cut to pieces. He cried so hard that snot and tears flowed down his face. He attacked the enemy with his sword while crying. "I hate it. I feel so bad. Because you won't be able to see it even if I kill all the enemies. You won't be able to see it." To be continued. Chapter 596. Suddenly, a gloomy voice resounded in this chaotic place. Where did this bastard come from? How dare he behave so atrociously in my O clan? This voice was gloomy, but it seemed to carry a kind of rotten smell. It could make people want to vomit after they heard it. It seemed as if a wet viper had suddenly crouched down on their bodies. The battlefield suddenly quieted down. Everyone stopped their attacks by chance. They raised their heads to look. Xie Zhiqiu quietly moved a few steps and stood beside Chuyang. Apart from him, no one else among the people present on the scene knew that this old ancestor of the O clan was cunning, cruel, and dreadful. O Kufeng was a dreadful opponent. He was as timid as a mouse, but he was as cunning as a fox and as cruel as a wolf. He would run away as soon as he felt a sense of crisis. However, he would stop at nothing if he felt that he could suppress his opponent. He would torture his enemy to death. He had once killed a person for 80 days. That person had no flesh on his body by the time he had killed him on the 80th day. His blood had also flowed out, but he hadn't died yet. So, he had pierced his finger into his opponent's throat. Xie Zhiqiu was wearing a mask and black clothes. He had only used the strength of a king-level expert in this fight. He hadn't dared to expose his true strength. That was because he knew that O Kufeng would have looked on helplessly as the entire O clan was razed to the ground if he had exposed his true strength. After all, he wouldn't have risked his life. However, O Kufeng would have been left with endless troubles in the future if he had managed to escape today. Such an enemy would have been hiding in the dark and could launch an attack at any time. Even the Xie clan would have had a headache if he had relied on his superb poison techniques and world-shaking Xian techniques. Moreover, they would have been powerless against him. So, they could only make him come out first. Xie Zhiqiu felt that this divine sense was scanning the battlefield back and forth during the fight. It seemed as if it was looking for something. It seemed as if it was worried about something. Xie Zhiqiu restrained his aura even more cautiously. Kefeng finally jumped out arrogantly when he discovered that none of the enemies present on the scene could pose a threat to him. However, only 700 or 800 people remained from the original 2,000 people at the entrance of the O clan's main hall. However, Kefeng obviously didn't care. The great elder of the O clan and the others heaved a sigh of relief. The ancestor is finally going to make a move. We've already suffered disastrous casualties, but we can still preserve our foundation. Under the light of dawn, a gray-clothed figure could be seen standing on the roof of the hall. His eyes, which were the size of mung beans, emitted a viper-like light, cruel and cold. Just by looking into his eyes, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. There was no sign of life on this person at all. It was as if an ancient zombie had suddenly appeared in the human world. There wasn't the slightest bit of emotion. He didn't even have the slightest bit of affection for his own clansmen and descendants. This was an extremely selfish person. Even though he had shown himself, he was still standing at a high place. Although he was arrogant, anyone with a discerning eye could see that he would immediately run away as soon as the situation went wrong. Think of a way to make him come down. Xie Zhiqiu didn't dare to raise his head. Yi Shiwen raised his head. Kefeng might disappear in the blink of an eye if Kefeng sensed my gaze. Chuyang nodded. He then raised his head and looked at Kefeng. Where did such a monster come from? He actually looks like a human. Bull Jr., you dare to insult our ancestor. The great elder of the O clan shouted angrily. He is your ancestor. Chu Yang's face suddenly became clear. No wonder. No wonder your O clan looks neither like a human nor a ghost. So that's how it is. Little one, you're dead. Kefeng looked down at Chu Yang with his sinister eyes from above. He then said in a gloomy voice, Motherfucker, you scared me to death. Chu Yang spat out a mouthful of saliva. He then waved his hand and said, What are you still doing? Hurry up and get to work. Finish this job. Kill all these people in front of us. Then set a big fire and withdraw. As for that old bastard, let him stay there. Kill. Gu Duxing burst into loud laughter. He then brandished his sword, and the sword light curled up. 7 or 8 people didn't even have time to scream before they were cut into 2 halves. Then Dong Wushang, Ao Xieyin, and the others also moved into action. Tan shouted as he moved, Kill them! Motherfucker! Why do I feel like I'm killing chickens? I feel even more at ease after I see that old bastard. Motherfucker! Everyone says that I'm ugly, but I've discovered that I'm a handsome man when I see this old bastard. It's rare for me to be so satisfied. It's so cool. The O clan's people fell down in large numbers. The great elder and the others were furious. However, Kefeng frowned and chuckled. Do you want to provoke me to go down? So that you can kill me? I won't fall into your trap. I won't go down. The O clan's emperor expert, who was fighting with Dong Wushang, couldn't help but fiercely spurt out blood when he heard these words. He had been bitterly supporting himself under Dong Wushang's violent and overbearing attacks. So he had suffered internal injuries. He became angry, anxious, and desperate when he heard his ancestors' words. So he couldn't help but spurt out blood. Dong Wushang shouted loudly. He suddenly jumped up and chopped him into 2 halves with his saber. He didn't even blink his eyes as he dragged his saber and rushed to the other battlefield. The battlefield was shrinking, and the O clan was suffering more and more casualties. However, only 4 or 5 people had died on the black-robed men's side. The disparity between the two sides was too big. The remaining 2 Emperor-level experts were besieged and suppressed by 8 Emperor-level experts. They were battered and exhausted, and they were crying for help. Okafong stood up and then sat down. He stood up and then sat down again. He wanted to come down, but he felt that it wouldn't be so simple. So he was hesitating. He was cold-blooded and cruel. But he didn't want to see his grandchildren die tragically. However, his keen intuition had told him that there was a great danger down there. I can't go down. He had always been cautious, so he couldn't go down even though he was anxious. His pair of willow, the wisp eyes were searching everywhere. He wanted to find the so-called hidden danger. The great elder finally despaired. Chu Yang tightly knitted his brows. He secretly cursed in his heart. This bastard is too calm. He's watching his clan get exterminated. But he's still indifferent. What should I think of to make him come down? The reason why Chu Yang had insisted on fighting this war was to get rid of the O clan first. It wasn't because of the hatred between them. 10 years isn't too late to take revenge. Chu Yang never lacked patience. But he knew that the existence of the O clan was a great threat. It was because their poison was simply impossible to guard against. Even the Ao clan was extremely wary of this clan that was good at using poison. Mo Tianji's Jirong had already caused a turmoil in the Jianghu. The news that Ao Xiayin was being hunted down had also spread out. The Jianghu was on the verge of erupting. However, no one had made a move. It was because of the existence of the O clan. After all, not everyone was immune to poison like him. Even monarch-level experts couldn't do it. The O clan could create a terrifying effect if they didn't remove the roots. And it was difficult for any clan to bear the consequences of the O clan's poison. Their martial strength wasn't frightening. What was frightening was their poison. The Jianghu wouldn't be seriously damaged if the O clan wasn't eliminated. Therefore, the O clan could only vent their anger on the other clans. Therefore, Chu Yang had made a prompt decision to formulate a plan to destroy the O clan after he had learned about the situation in the Jianghu. However, Okafong wasn't coming down no matter what. So, it was undoubtedly a sore point. And it would become a sore point for all the big clans if he were to escape. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Then he hardened his heart and shouted, "You guys hurry up and deal with the people below. I will deal with this old bastard above. Do you think I won't go up if you don't come down?" I can only create an opportunity if I get close to him. Otherwise, it would be impossible to catch him since he was always on top and below. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Xie Zhiqiu was startled. He hastily said, "What are you doing? Don't take any risks. Don't move. He'll run away if you move." Chu Yang said in a low voice, "I also didn't want to face this old devil alone. But I didn't expect that this guy would be so cowardly and cold-blooded. His grandchildren have been killed, and his foundation has been destroyed. But he can still remain calm. But he won't run away if he sees that I'm only a king-level expert, right? He'll only torture you to death." Xie Zhiqiu snorted. He then lowered his head and said, "It's too risky. I still feel that it's inappropriate for you to go up." "Don't worry." Chu Yang tucked the corner of his robe into his waist. He then raised his eyes and looked up. "Tisk, be careful." Xie Zhiqiu lowered his head and solemnly said. Chu Yang nodded. Then he let out a long whistle. "Old beast, you don't dare to come down, right? This young master will come up and play with you." Chu Yang's figure shot up like a meteor. He borrowed strength twice in the air and landed in front of Okafong. Okafong smiled cruelly, "Ha ha ha. Junior, you're the chief culprit of today's disaster, aren't you? It's rare for you to have such courage. So, this old ancestor will fulfill your wish today." He looked around and saw that there was a battle going on below. It seemed that there was no special expert present. Okafong finally felt relieved. They wouldn't have let their leader, king of Hell Chu. Throw away his life if there was a hidden super expert, right? He felt relieved as soon as he thought of this, but he also felt somewhat annoyed. I would have gone down earlier if I had known this earlier. It's too late to go down now. Everyone is dead. He was thinking this when he saw that Junior pull out his sword with a schwa sound. Then he loudly said, "Oh, Kufong, old beast, come up to meet your death." Oh, Kufong became furious. He thought, "You have many people down there. I'll be outnumbered if I go down. But you've come up here. Why should I be afraid of you?" He laughed nastily. "I'll help you since you're courting death." Suddenly he stretched out his hands, and green smoke started to rise from his 10 fingers. His entire body was shrouded in a mass of green smoke in an instant. The jade tiles under his feet started to corrode as soon as they came in contact with this green smoke, and they started to emit a dense, sour smell. The green smoke that's coming out of his body can even corrode stones. Such a poisonous technique is simply world-shocking. Second reading of the sun. My train of thought has been very difficult for the past 2 days. I don't want to write anything. Cough, cough. I'm calling everyone to make a post and praise me. For example, I'm very handsome, very confident, very elegant, very well written, and so on. I'm very happy when I see such posts. I'm very happy, and my train of thought is like a tide. The third reading is coming soon. Go and make a post. Don't worry about my embarrassment. It would be even better if you praise me at length. I'm bashfully leaving the post, and I'm asking for votes. To be continued. Chapter 597. Xie Zhiqiu was startled. This O Kufong has already reached the peak of emperor level. He's only 1 step away from becoming a monarch-level expert. Xie Zhiqiu's chest ached as he thought of this. This bastard's cultivation is already so high, but he still doesn't dare to come down in the face of a group of king-level masters. O Kufong had already started to fight with Chu Yang. You're still wet behind the ears. You've dared to invade my O clan. This old man will destroy you. It's not an invasion, but a massacre. Chu Yang dodged again and again. He sneered and said, "Coward! Just watch as your family turns into ruins. Let me tell you, I have countless monarch-level guards around me. If you dare to use your full strength, you'll definitely die." O Kufong was startled. He immediately withdrew his hand and said angrily, "Where is it? Where is it? Call them out, and I'll crush them all to death." Chu Yang was speechless. He had seen many experts, but he had never seen such a cowardly expert in his life. O Kufong raised his eyes and looked all around. Then his spirit sense spread out in all directions and started to search carefully. Then a strange smile appeared on his face after a long while. "Little bastard, do you think that this old man will be afraid just because you're bluffing? Today, even if a supreme being was here, you wouldn't be able to escape death." Chu Yang swallowed his saliva. The experts of the O clan had been killed when O Kufong had been looking around. The last one to die was that great elder. He had been knocked down to the ground by the joint efforts of Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang. He had looked up with a resentful and powerless expression in his eyes before he had died. Then he had sullenly roared. Old ancestor, however, O Kufong had turned a blind eye to him. In fact, he had started to look for the so-called group of monarch-level experts. Chu Yang was truly convinced. No wonder this guy could live for so long. It wasn't without reason. O Kufong cautiously walked forward. An ominous glint flickered in his eyes. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Suddenly he waved his hand and shouted, "Go! Kill him!" O Kufong was startled. He retreated 100 feet with a schwa sound and returned to his original position. Then he covered his chest with his palms and shouted, "Who is it?" But even after being on guard for a long time, Not even half a shadow came over. Chu Yang was already laughing so hard that he was holding his stomach and bending over. He immediately realized that he had been tricked. His old face flushed red, and he angrily said, "Good Junior, I'm going to tear you apart." With a loud shout, his body swayed, leaving behind afterimages in the air as he rushed towards Chu Yang. Chu Yang suddenly felt boundless pressure enveloping him. He suddenly straightened his body and exposed a mocking smile. He waved his hand and said, "Good opportunity. Kill." Oh, Kufeng shouted loudly. Then he somersaulted and went out. The countless afterimages disappeared again. He returned to his original position and looked at Chu Yang in amazement. Chu Yang burst into laughter. I really didn't expect that there would be such a cowardly emperor-level expert in this world. With just a hand gesture and a few words, he had already become a frightened bird. What a joke! In fact, Chu Yang found it somewhat strange. How did O Kufeng reach his current cultivation when he was so timid and afraid of trouble? However, Chu Yang didn't know that O Kufeng had been extremely daring in those days. He had been so daring that he had gone to the upper 3 heavens to steal purple crystals. Moreover, he had gone there several times in a row. He had walked in the dark for a long time and had eventually encountered a ghost. Countless people had besieged and intercepted him. Then he had been captured alive. He had been locked in the dungeon and had been subjected to almost all the cruel punishments of the day. After that, the O clan had taken out almost all of its wealth to bail him out. His temperament had changed greatly since that time. He had become a frightened bird like this. He had been cultivating in seclusion all year round. But the shadow in his heart couldn't be eliminated. O Kufeng had been tricked once again. He was furious. His old face had turned purple. He roared like thunder, "Junior, what else can you do apart from bluffing?" Chu Yang coldly snorted and said, "How do you know that I'm bluffing? Let me tell you, O Kufeng, you will die if you dare to come here." O Kufeng angrily howled. His entire body seemed to have become huge in an instant. He walked over step by step with a murderous look on his face. He then said in a sinister manner, "Junior, try to scare me again." Chu Yang sneered and said, "You come here. Let's go." O Kufeng rushed over with large strides. Chu Yang suddenly tilted his head. It seemed as if he was listening to something. Then his lips squirmed twice. O Kufeng's imposing manner was like a rainbow. But he muttered in his heart when he saw this, "Is there really an ambush?" He couldn't help but hesitate in his heart. Chu Yang turned his head at this moment and looked at O Kufeng. He then shouted, "Yes, good." O Kufeng was startled. "This bastard has tricked me into coming here to throw away my life." He hastily drew back. Suddenly, a sword light flashed in front of his eyes, and it covered the sky and covered the earth. Chu Yang's tribulation sword moved. Cold light pierced 10,000 fathoms to meet his head head-on. O Kufeng shouted loudly and attacked with both of his arms. But Chu Yang then roared, "What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world?" O Kufeng was retreating, but he hastily put his arms together. Then the tribulation's sword pierced the 2 small iron rods in his hands with a ding sound. The tribulation's sword's sharpness couldn't penetrate them. Chu Yang felt apprehensive in his heart. What kind of treasure are these 2 small iron rods of O Kufeng? This is the first time that I've seen a weapon that the tribulation sword can't destroy. Chu Yang instantly made a decision in his heart. I must snatch them and see what these things are. However, O Kufeng was already retreating, so he was pushed back by a huge thrust at this moment. His body bent over, and he was sent flying backwards. Chu Yang's long sword flickered and blocked O Kufeng's weapon. In fact, O Kufeng was sent flying back 400 feet. O Kufeng roared loudly. He knew that he had been tricked, but he couldn't free his hands to counterattack, so he was sent flying back. He was remorseful in his heart when Chu Yang suddenly raised his left hand and slapped him in the face with a bang sound. This slap wasn't heavy, but it was an extreme humiliation. Oh, Kufeng couldn't bear it any longer. He roared loudly and was about to counterattack. However, he saw Chu Yang fiercely withdraw his sword and draw back. Then he indifferently said, "Well, deal with him." Oh, Kufeng turned pale with fright. So the real attack is here. He didn't have time to attack. Instead, he jumped up with a schwa sound and soared high into the sky. He then tried to escape, but he didn't feel anything. He turned his head in the sky and saw that Chu Yang was holding his sword. He was laughing so hard that he couldn't breathe. Laughter was also heard from below. Oh, Kufeng flew into a rage. "I've been tricked again. I've been tricked by the same trick 4 times in a row. Not only have I been tricked, but I've also been slapped in the face. This is a great humiliation." Oh, Kufeng raised his head and roared loudly. His white hair fluttered in the air as he landed. The murderous aura in his eyes gradually became thicker. "I'll kill you first no matter what tricks you have up your sleeves this time." Chu Yang waved his hand again. "Tack!" Oh, Kufeng paid no attention to him. Instead, he sped up and rushed forward. Chu Yang shouted loudly, "Great! Kill!" Oh, Kufeng turned a deaf ear to him. The anger in his heart became more and more intense. In fact, his eyes had turned red. "You still want to deceive me? No way! Do you think that I'm mentally retarded? This old man has been bitten by a snake in the morning and is afraid of ropes for 10 years. That's all." Chu Yang exposed a panic-stricken look on his face. He pulled out his long sword with a clang sound. Then he pointed the tip of his sword at Oh, Kufeng and shouted, "Kill him!" Oh, Kufeng felt apprehensive in his heart, but he still didn't stop. "Oh my God!" Chu Yang turned around and ran away. "Little bastard, you've really been deceiving me." Oh, Kufeng had summoned up his courage and rushed over in anger. However, he was still somewhat nervous in his heart. But all his worries had been put down when the opposite party had fled. So they had transformed into a monstrous anger. Chu Yang fled back and forth on the roof at lightning speed. "Everyone run quickly! This old bastard has gone crazy." Then he shouted again, "Everyone, let's attack him together. We'll crush him to death by relying on our numbers." Then he suddenly shouted in panic, "Someone come! Someone come! Quickly come here! You asterisk, 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 asterisk." Oh, Kufeng became more and more complacent. His heart was filled with the pleasure of a cat playing with a mouse. He laughed cruelly. "Little bastard, let's see where you'll escape to." "Help me!" Chu Yang screamed miserably. Oh, Kufeng turned a deaf ear to him and pounced over. Chu Yang clenched his teeth. "I'll stake it all." His hand suddenly emitted a dazzling sword light. Then he launched a series of sword moves at the same time. Suddenly, wind and thunder rose from the ground. Countless sword lights crisscrossed and submerged Oh Kufeng's entire body. Oh Kufeng crazily shouted in the midst of the sword lights, "Ignorant junior! Your swordsmanship is good, but how can you injure your ancestor with this level of cultivation? Ha ha ha!" The sword light pervaded the air and blocked Oh Kufeng's line of sight. Xie Ji Qiu took advantage of this opportunity and leapt up as light as a feather. Then he hid in ambush from afar. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang also looked at each other. Then they also jumped up one after another. Chu Yang withdrew the sword light. He then turned around and fled while shouting, "Oh no!" Oh Kufeng's clothes were in disarray. However, his body and muscles weren't damaged in the slightest. Only white scars could be seen on his body. The body of an emperor-level expert had been tempered by the poison technique. So, its degree of hardness had far surpassed the hardness of fine iron. Moreover, Chu Yang's sword moves were scattered, so he couldn't gather his full strength. Moreover, his martial power was far inferior to O Kufeng's, so he couldn't injure O Kufeng even with the sharpness of the Calamity Sword. O Kufeng burst into loud laughter. Then he quickly rushed over. "Junior, do you still want to escape?" Chu Yang panted for breath as he desperately tried to escape. O Kufeng shouted as he chased after him. Then he grinned evilly. "Little, this old man won't let you die. I'll catch you and run away. I'll see why you're not afraid of our O clan's poison." "Ha ha ha," Chu Yang angrily said. "Your entire clan is done for. Only a coward like you is left. Quickly commit suicide. What are you waiting for?" O Kufeng flew into a rage and said, "I'll kill you first." His agility skill was extremely fast. He had already caught up with Chu Yang while he was speaking. Suddenly, Chu Yang shouted loudly, "He has arrived at the trap. Quickly attack." O Kufeng gawked. He hesitated for a moment. Then, Chu Yang slipped away like a fish. Then he turned his head and smiled. "Old bastard, you've been fooled again." O Kufeng almost vomited blood. He simply shut his mouth and chased after Chu Yang with all his might. He wouldn't believe Chu Yang no matter what he said. More than 200 king-level experts are still looking up from below. Why would I be afraid if they don't come up? The most important thing right now is to ruthlessly deal with this evil little bastard. Who can stop me if I want to leave later? Chu Yang flew away for another 200 feet. Then he once again shouted, "Attack!" O Kufeng evilly grinned. He rushed over without any scruples. He stretched out his hands. "Junior, do you think that I still believe you?" Ah! It seemed as if a pair of big hands had flashed out of the void at this moment. Then they carried a heaven-collapsing and earth-shattering momentum as they ruthlessly pounded on his chest with a loud bang. Chapter 598. The power of this attack had far exceeded O Kufeng's own strength. O Kufeng was caught off guard. So, several cracking sounds were heard. O Kufeng's ribs were broken, and his internal organs were severely injured. He raised his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. The bright blood was mixed with pieces of his internal organs. O Kufeng's heart turned ice cold. He couldn't even feel the pain in his body at this moment. He only felt one thing. I've been fooled. This is a real ambush. A fatal ambush. The opposite party has a monarch-level expert. O Kufeng's heart was filled with regret in an instant. Who could have stopped me if I had left from the beginning? This ambushing expert is very strong, but he's far from being able to kill me. Therefore, I could only wait for a sneak attack to kill him. However, it was already too late for him to realize this. This attack would have been a fatal injury. Chu Yang had put on an act for the purpose of Xie Zhiqiu's attack. O Kufeng was extremely cautious. In fact, he was excessively cautious. It wouldn't be easy for anyone to kill such a person. After all, he wouldn't give anyone a chance to deal with him. Chu Yang had risked his life to tease him a moment ago. There were more than 200 experts below, but none of them had dared to go up to him. He would have run away if they had gone up. He would have become the biggest hidden danger if he had run away. In fact, it would have been enough to make people restless. Therefore, Chu Yang could only break his head to make him stay. His cautiousness was an advantage, but his excessive cautiousness was his weakness. Therefore, Chu Yang had tirelessly teased, deceived, and played with him, and he had finally succeeded in provoking O Kufeng's anger. Chu Yang had been fully confident in his heart when he had slapped O Kufeng's face. O Kufeng can't run away. He wouldn't have been able to endure such an insult, even if he had been able to endure it. Sure enough, Yang Kufeng was enraged. However, Chu Yang still didn't feel at ease. So, he continued to test him a few more times, and he had thoroughly dispelled Kufeng's last misgivings. Humph! It's only logical at this time. This process seemed tedious, but it was indispensable. This plan couldn't have succeeded even if Okafeng had been a little cautious. First, he provoked and angered him. Then he provoked and angered him. Then he humiliated and angered him even more. After that, it became a test. Finally, he provoked and angered this guy to the point that he lost all reason and all caution. Only then did he succeed. It was as if Chu Yang was holding his own head and dancing on a steel wire rope above a high cliff. Every moment was a fatal crisis. The gap between the two sides was too great. The difference between a mid-grade king level expert and a mid-grade emperor level expert wasn't as simple as a mid-grade revered martial artist and a mid-grade king level expert. In fact, the gap between a first-grade emperor level expert and a second-grade emperor level expert was comparable to the gap between a high-grade revered martial artist and a low-grade king level expert. Furthermore, the further one progressed, the greater the disparity. To provoke such a powerful existence with such a tiny amount of strength. How could the danger be described in just a few sentences? Not to mention other things, with Chu Yang's current martial power, even using Calamity's sword would not be able to hurt him. Xie Zhiqiu's two palms heavily pounded on Kufeng's body. Kufeng's entire body felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He crazily spouted blood and was sent flying backwards. At this instant a sword light flew up from the left side. The man and the sword combined as one. The sword light was dazzling and swift. Then it heavily pounded on Kufeng's body. A saber light dazzled on the right side. The man and the saber light were like one. The saber light was mighty and overbearing. It heavily pounded on Kufeng's body. Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, the Sword Emperor, and the Saber Emperor attacked at the same time. The Black Dragon's sword pierced straight into Kufeng's body from the left side and came out from the right side. The Black Saber hacked down from the right side. The tip of the saber had already appeared on the left side of Kufeng's body by the time he regained his balance. It seemed as if the saber and sword had installed a cross in Kufeng's body. The saber light and the sword energy exploded inside Kufeng's body at the same time. Kufeng screamed loudly. He was constantly spitting out blood clots and pieces of his internal organs. However, he was still struggling. He screamed miserably as he used the last of his strength to firmly clamp the saber and sword. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang screamed as they were sent flying like rubber balls. Xie Zhiqiu's silhouette flashed as he rushed forward. His palms were like mountain-splitting axes. He pounded on Kufeng's body a dozen times in succession. Kufeng's body swayed from side to side. His flesh and blood continued to fall from his body, and his white skeleton was exposed. However, he kept his mouth shut and didn't fall down. He ferociously glared at Xie Zhiqiu with his ghastly eyes. He didn't draw back. Instead, he advanced forward. He fiercely extended his hands and thrust them towards Xie Zhiqiu's eyes. He clearly realized that his sternum had been broken and his internal organs had been destroyed. His current injuries meant that he would die for sure. It was impossible for him to perish together with his opponent. So the only thing he could do was to attack his opponent's fragile eyes. Therefore, he didn't dodge or evade the last dozen or so palms. Instead, he resolutely counterattacked. Kufeng's timidity and cowardice had miraculously disappeared in the face of certain death. The only thing that remained was his grasp of the battle situation and his determination to fight to the death. This final counterattack has revealed the demeanor of an expert. The opponent has already launched a dozen or so palms. So, he doesn't have the strength to continue. I can at least destroy one of his eyes if I attack him now. Only one eye, but it's enough. Oh Kufeng had already converted all his poison techniques into corpse poison the moment the sword and saber had pierced into his body. He knew that he would die for sure. You may not be afraid of poison, but you'll die as long as my fingers enter your eyes. That's because this corpse poison comes from hell. Xie Zhiqiu's entire martial power had transformed into the mountain's splitting palm and had pounded on O Kufeng's body. However, his opponent's lightning-fast hands had also arrived in front of his eyes. Xie Zhiqiu raised his face. He was about to take O Kufeng's attack in order to end his life. Chu Yang's sharp eyes saw that O Kufeng's face was suffused with a ghastly green phosphorescence at this moment. He couldn't help but feel apprehensive in his heart. So he subconsciously threw out his calamity sword. Spirit cried out in alarm after Chu Yang had thrown out his calamity sword. Corpse poison! Be careful! O Kufeng's fingers had barely touched Xie Zhiqiu's mask when they were chopped off by the calamity sword. O Kufeng screamed in despair. His eyes emitted a ghastly green phosphorescence. Chu Yang flew up and grabbed the hilt of the calamity sword. Then he ruthlessly inserted the tip of the sword into O Kufeng's mouth. O Kufeng's head suddenly burst open with a bang sound. His skull scattered in all directions. He had turned into a skeleton without the slightest bit of flesh even before he had fallen to the ground. Then his body shriveled up in the blink of an eye and turned into a deathly pale skeleton. It seemed as if it had decayed for thousands of years. Then it shattered with a crashing sound as it came into contact with the wind. The black dragon sword and the black saber fell on the roof with a clang sound. O Kufeng's body quickly disintegrated. The wind blew away his ashes and scattered them in all directions. Then the ashes began to corrode wherever they fell, and green smoke started to emit in bursts. Let's go quickly! Chu Yang shouted loudly. He rolled up his sleeves and rolled up the black dragon sword and the black saber. Then he kicked Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang down. Then he also jumped down. Xie Zhiqiu followed closely behind him and jumped down as well. They had barely reached the ground when they saw that a small hole had appeared on the roof of the roof. And a ray of light was being projected through this hole. This hole was getting bigger and bigger and was slowly expanding. This poison is very powerful. Xie Zhiqiu was flabbergasted. This is corpse poison. Our medicines can't restrain this poison. Everyone quickly disperse. Chu Yang loudly shouted. More than 200 experts scattered in all directions as if they had seen a ghost. Xie Zhiqiu then ordered, everyone, go and kill the remnants of the O clan. Don't let any of them escape. Everyone roared in agreement and flew out one after another. Chu Yang sighed and didn't speak anything. There was no such thing as a woman's benevolence in the upper three heavens. After all, one couldn't be careless when it came to a clan like the O clan, and they might be able to take revenge in case someone managed to escape with the poison technique. Poison was the most dreadful thing in the world. Chu Yang wouldn't bring a clan extermination crisis to his allies just because he couldn't bear it. Blood-curdling screams resounded from all directions. Chu Yang and the others were watching from where they were. The roof of the main hall was slowly decaying, and the decaying speed slowed down after a big hole had formed in it. Those rotten things had turned into air. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. What a powerful poison! Xie Zhiqiu gasped. He suddenly recalled that O Kufeng had stabbed him with his finger. So he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He turned around and grabbed Chu Yang's hand. He then excitedly said, Minister Chu, you saved my life again. Elder Xie's words are too serious. Chu Yang slightly smiled. Chu Yang felt a chill in his heart as he looked at the tyrannical nature of this poison. Xia Zhiqiu wiped his sweat and said, I can't thank you enough for your kindness. Little brother, I won't mention it, since you don't want to mention it. I only hope that you will remember this. My Xia clan will always be Minister Chu's ally. Minister Chu will die 10,000 deaths if he has any request. Chu Yang blinked. Then he suddenly smiled and said, Elder Xia, I have no choice but to be thick-skinned and make a request since you are so grateful to me. Xia Zhiqiu laughed and said, Just say it. I'll agree to it no matter what it is. Then you betroth your great-granddaughter, Xia Danfeng, to my junior martial brother, Tan Tan. Chu Yang smiled and said, No problem at all, Xia Zhiqiu said with a smile. The two of them are in love with each other. I would have helped them even if you hadn't said it. What kind of request is this? Chu Yang faintly smiled and said, But this is also my request. The two of them looked at each other. They had a tacit understanding and laughed. Xia Zhiqiu was lying through his teeth. Tan Tan and Xia Danfeng were in love with each other, but they were far from being in love with each other. So it was more like they were enemies. They would fight whenever they met. Moreover, Tan Tan seemed to have some misgivings during this time, so he no longer mentioned this matter. However, Chu Yang could see the pain in his eyes from time to time. So, how could he not take this matter to heart? Then, everyone began to pack up the O clan's belongings. The carriages were packed up. Eventually, the carriages withdrew from the O clan's gate. But a huge fire had also started to burn in the O clan. The raging flames stretched for hundreds of miles, and half of the sky had turned red because of it. The O clan will no longer exist in the three heavens from now on. Chu Yang was walking at the end of the team. He turned around and looked at the magnificent flames. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Then he turned around and silently followed the team. The O clan was gone. The Meng clan was gone. So, would the next target be the Tu clan or the Black Devil clan? Chapter 599. You, how can you do this without my consent? Tan jumped up and down. He was flustered and exasperated. His two strange eyebrows almost jumped out of his face as he said, You are too much. Too much. Just like that, you promised the lifelong happiness of your one and only junior martial brother to someone else. I want to have a duel with you. Chu Yang rolled his eyes, but didn't say anything. He pretended as if he hadn't heard anything. This guy had started to jump up and down and chatter incessantly ever since Chu Yang had returned and found out that Chu Yang had arranged a marriage for him. He had been harassing Chu Yang since the early morning, and it was already afternoon now. Chu Yang pretended as if this person didn't exist in front of him. He concentrated on helping the sword spirit pick up the harvest this time. All the gold and silver treasures belonged to the Xia clan. Then they were randomly distributed among the experts who had come to help them. However, all the rare materials and treasures belonged to Chu Yang. The sword spirit in the tribulation space was very excited. Tan was indeed panicking. He paced back and forth in the room. He suddenly turned around and suddenly turned around. He scratched his ears and cheeks and frowned miserably. His face wrinkled like a cigar. He looked extremely anxious. Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, GMO, Luo Kudi, Rui Butong, and Aoxian foolishly looked at Tan pacing back and forth. They couldn't help but restrain their smiles. Is this guy really unwilling? Why? Tan looked up and heaved a long sigh. Senior martial brother, Chu Yang, oh! This is the matter of my generation. You didn't even discuss it with me. How can you decide on your own? I'm going crazy. Chu Yang rolled his eyes again and changed his sitting position. Senior martial brother, you have to uphold justice for me. Tan turned in front of Chu Yang and swayed back and forth. Are you done yet? Chu Yang angrily glared at him. He then shouted, sit down. Tan was startled. He looked at Chu Yang with a dumbfounded expression. Then he sat down on the ground with a plop sound. Chu Yang finally finished counting the harvest. He suddenly stood up and said with a fierce look on his face, Who was the one talking in his sleep the night before yesterday? He said, Little Miss Xia Danfeng, I want to consummate my marriage with you. Huh. Tan's face turned black and he panicked. I talked in my sleep? Did I talk in my sleep? You heard it? Humph. Chu Yang snorted and continued. 2 nights ago, someone was talking in his sleep. He said, Little Lady Danfeng, luckily I don't have a fever anymore. Otherwise, you would have become barbecued meat the moment you married me. Tan was at a loss as to what to do. He blinked his eyes and innocently said, Did I really say that? Chu Yang ignored him and continued, That day on the road, I passed by someone's tent and heard someone talking in his sleep. Xia Danfeng, I miss you so much. Tan was dumbfounded. He pointed at his own nose. Is it really me? Chu Yang nodded seriously. How am I supposed to meet people? Tan covered his face. Suddenly, the room burst into laughter. But I still can't. Tan took his hand away. Then he became serious. Senior brother, I can't marry her. Why? Tan's face was somewhat sad. It's not like you don't know my situation. The current me is a monster. I will harm others. Shut up! Chu Yang shouted. His eyes were dangerously close to him. Say one more word and I'll kill you. But Tan pitifully said, My heart is a little. Shut up. Master isn't here. So I'm in charge of your affairs. Chu Yang snorted. He pointed his finger at Tan's forehead, and Tan immediately staggered. I said it's in charge. Understand? Tan sighed in despair. As for your strange behavior, of course, you have to let her know. Chu Yang snorted and said, I believe that Xia Danfeng won't care about that since she has taken a fancy to your appearance. The entire room burst into laughter as soon as he said this. Even Ao Xiayin, who had a lot on his mind, couldn't help but smile. Tan scratched his head and sighed. I'm afraid that little Lady Xia Danfeng won't understand. Wouldn't that be? At this point, a clear and angry voice suddenly said, Who are you calling a little girl? Tan was at a loss for words. Everyone followed the voice and looked towards the entrance. They saw a graceful, red-clothed woman standing outside the door. Her eyes seemed as if they were about to shoot fire as she looked at Tan. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in and pushed Tan to the ground. Then her fists fell on him like raindrops. Tan clenched his teeth and asked, Who is this little girl? Who is a little lady? Tan knew that he was in the wrong, so he didn't dare to fight back. He only screamed repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy pounding sounds came from the places where Xia Danfeng's fists and Tan's body had collided. All the brothers were dumbfounded. Their faces were covered in cold sweat. She's really valiant. Such a daughter-in-law, except for Master Tan. Everyone present would politely decline. They can't enjoy such luck with women. Ji Mo's eyes almost popped out. His face was full of horror. He secretly thought, Albo isn't like her, right? Is she the same? Isn't she the same? He suddenly sighed in grief. He almost cried when he thought of how he had fallen into Huyen Albo's hands. His heart ached. It seems that they are the same. Ah! He looked at Tan as if he was looking at his predecessor's example. The expression on Ji Mo's face suddenly became like that of a martyr. He almost stepped forward, hugged Tan and cried, Brother, we are the same. The same? Ah! There were 2 people at the door who were similarly dumbfounded. They were the old ancestor of the Xie clan, Xie Zhiqiu, and the clan lord of the Xie clan, Xie Guangin. Both of them had the same expression on their faces. Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were wide open. They had a dull look on their faces as they looked at their daughter, violently beating up her fiancé. And this was happening in public. Xie Zhiqiu's face turned black on the spot. He ferociously looked at Xie Guangin and angrily said, "You raised a good daughter." Xie Guangin lowered his head in grievance. He then muttered, "This is inherited from my mother. It has nothing to do with me." Xie Zhiqiu became furious. He shouted, "Both mother and daughter are shrews." Xie Guangin was submissive. He lowered his head and didn't say anything. He secretly curled his lips and said in his heart, "Old ancestor, you weren't necessarily that strong back then. I heard that you sometimes do martial arts squats on top of the urinal. Do you think I don't know?" A series of banging sounds came from the room. Tan had finally become angry. "Get up quickly. You're not done yet, are you? Master Tan is embarrassed to teach a lesson to a woman like you. Don't reach for a yard after taking an inch." Tan angrily said, "Be careful or I'll flip out." Xie Danfeng had almost vented her anger. She was about to stop, but she became even angrier when she heard these words. So she shouted, "You dare to flip out? Well, flip out for this old woman to see." "Ugly woman, little mother's skin," Tan shouted. "Ugly freak, I'll kill you." Xie Danfeng didn't give in. Xie Zhiqiu and Xie Guangin couldn't watch any longer. They shouted at the same time, "Stop!" They had only shouted one word when they shut their mouths. Then they opened their eyes wide again. They saw Tan roar loudly. He twisted his waist and exerted his strength with his arms. Then he pressed Xie Danfeng down with a plop sound. He then sat his buttocks on Xie Danfeng's belly. Then he said with an evil grin, "I'm a dignified man, but I can't deal with you, little mother's skin." He clenched his fists and pounded them down like raindrops. He didn't care about her head or face. Bang, 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 bang. Xie Danfeng screamed, "Ugly freak! You ugly freak! You dare to hit me! You dare to hit this old woman! You!" However, Tan turned a deaf ear to her. He had hid enough in front of her. So he turned around and slapped her plump buttocks with his palms. She was slapped until her buttocks rolled like waves. Chu Yang and the others inside the room, and Xie Zhiqiu and Xie Guangin outside the room, closed their eyes in unison. This is an eyesore. This is a scandal. GMO closed his eyes. The muscles on his face twitched and twitched. A feeling of worship rose from the bottom of his heart. My idol! He's a real man. This is fucking hard to die. If I can do this to Albua, I won't have any complaints even if I die, Xie Danfeng screamed. But Tan's cultivation was far superior to hers. So she felt as if a mountain was pressing down on her body. Xie Danfeng couldn't bear it anymore. She shouted, "I submit. I'm impressed by you. Bastard, why haven't you let go of me yet?" Chu Yang closed his eyes. His cheeks also trembled. This, the woman who can make Tan take a liking to her, is truly extraordinary. Let's not talk about the world-shaking fight. But she still begs for mercy once she falls into a disadvantageous position. Who would beg for mercy in such a situation if it were any other woman? What a pair of weirdos. However, Tan still didn't give up. He scowled and asked, "Are you convinced?" Xie Danfeng gasped for breath. "I'm convinced. This old woman is convinced." Tan finally stopped, but he still rode on her body like a tiger. Then he asked in a heroic and spirited manner, "Who has the final say in our family when we get married?" "I have the final say." Xie Danfeng scowled and gnashed her teeth. "This is a matter of principle, so I can't give even an inch." Bang, bang, bang. Tan continued to beat her up. Then he asked again, say it again. Who has the final say? I have the final say. I have the final say. Xie Danfeng would rather die than submit. She ferociously looked at Tan. You ugly bastard. Even if you beat me to death, I still have the final say. I don't believe that I can't beat you. Tan was furious. His 2 iron fists pounded down with a rumbling sound. He panted for breath. Who has the final say? Who has the final say? Boo-hoo, you ugly bastard. Xie Danfeng cried. You have the final say for the time being. After a few days, whoever's fist is harder will have the final say. Wait until I beat you. Then I will have the final say. Humph. You still want to beat me? You don't stand a chance in this generation. Tan raised his eyebrows and said in a fiendish manner, Are you sure you want to marry me? You want to be my wife? Dong Wushang smashed his head on the table with a bang. Then his head bounced back and forth a few times as if he was in a free fall. Xie Danfeng didn't submit. Instead, this old woman submitted. Motherfucker, how can you ask your wife like this? Humph. Xie Danfeng pouted and turned her head away. However, she said fiercely, If I don't marry you, I'm afraid that you'll be a bachelor for the rest of your life. This old woman is being kind. Don't think that this old woman likes you. Gu Duxing and Ao Xie Yin also smashed their heads on the table with a bang. Tears streamed down their faces. We also submit. Good. Tan shouted, I have many problems. Are you sure you won't regret it? Xie Danfeng wiped her tears and sobbed. This old woman is very regretful right now. You're not allowed to regret it. Tan said angrily, Say it. Do you regret it? Chu Yang and the others rolled their eyes at the same time. Their bodies twitched, and they collectively fainted. Chapter 600. What a scandal! What a scandal! Xie Zhiqiu blew his beard and glared. His old face looked like charcoal. This is the misfortune of our clan. This old man is furious. Xie Guangin was standing straight in front of him. He was constantly wiping his sweat. He was enduring the anger of the old ancestor. Xie Danfeng and Tan were standing on the side. Their faces were also bruised and swollen. Chu Yang and the others had a serious look on their faces. They were sitting upright and still. They were looking straight ahead. This old man hasn't been in charge of the clan for several years. I didn't expect that the daughter of the clan would be taught by you to become like this. Xie Zhiqiu pointed at Xie Guangin with bitter hatred. His finger trembled. Look at what you've done. Xie Guangin lowered his head deeply. He didn't dare to utter a word. Xie Danfeng bit her lip. She timidly walked over and held Xie Zhiqiu's arm. She shook it and acted like a spoiled child. Old ancestor, Chu Yang and the others got goosebumps all over their bodies. This tigress can also act like a spoiled child. Xie Zhiqiu was even more unbearable. His whole body trembled, and his face turned ashen. Don't call me Danfeng. Ah, Danfeng. Xie Zhiqiu's whole body trembled. He was on the verge of tears. I saw that you were cute and lovable when you were a child. So I liked you very much. I didn't expect that your father would teach you to become like this. This old man is heartbroken. Xie Guangin opened his mouth wide. How can you blame me? Don't tell me that I don't want my daughter to be a virtuous woman. But this girl is like this. What can I do? However, even though he opened his mouth, he didn't dare to say anything. The consequences would be very serious if he were to say these words. Even if the old ancestor didn't get angry, his daughter and her mother would skin him alive. Minister Chu! Xie Zhiqiu shamefully looked at Chu Yang. His old face was as red as a monkey's, but the misfortune of our clan has made you laugh. Chu Yang forced a smile. it's nothing. Miss Dan Feng's character is straightforward, cheerful, and generous. She's a rare woman of Jianghu. Xie Zhiqiu's old face turned red. He coughed a few times. She is a barbaric and a little silly. What's with her straightforwardness and generous? He blinked and said, so this marriage, is it still valid? As he spoke, his face turned red. She thought in her heart, I wasn't very satisfied at first. I felt that this fresh flower was stuck in cow dung. But now it seems that this fresh flower and cow dung should be reversed. It's already a blessing that he's willing to take this crazy girl. After all, there won't be another shop after this village. My great-granddaughter may have to stay at home forever if this Tan doesn't want her. Of course I will. Chu Yang replied in a righteous and resolute manner. That's great, that's great. Xie Zhiqiu felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. His smile became even more cordial as he said with curved eyes, it seems to me that these two are a match made in heaven. It's simply a heaven-sent match. Since that's the case, he turned his head and said in a dignified tone, Guang, and do you have the token with you? Xie Guang felt aggrieved. Since ancient times, when would the woman take out the token of marriage first? The man would ask a matchmaker to come first. Then he would discuss the marriage. The woman would refuse, even if she was very willing. Then the second matchmaker would be chosen. The third matchmaker would then decide the marriage. The man would then present a monetary gift as a betrothal gift for the 3 matchmakers. Finally, the 8 characters would be matched and the woman would exchange the token of marriage. This is a done deal. How can it be that my daughter has to take out the token of marriage first? What is this saying? This. Xie Guang fumbled around his body. In fact, he had it with him, but he had to make a gesture. Father, Xie Dan Feng stamped her foot. What's wrong with you? This is such a big matter. How can you forget where to put such an important thing? Xie Guang's face turned black. He had no other choice but to say, let me look for it. I'll help you look for it. Xie Dan Feng rushed forward like an arrow. Then she stretched her hand into her father's bosom and complained, This is related to your daughter's lifelong happiness. How can you be a father like this? Xie Guang almost fainted from anger. We haven't even gotten engaged yet. But you're already helping an outsider? Aren't I just picking a fight? Isn't this for your own good? You can't wait any longer. So, you're directly going to take my pocket? Look at you. You haven't even married into the family, but you've already been beaten black and blue. So, you're in such a hurry to get married? You want to get beaten up. This is preposterous. Xie Dan Feng didn't get enough time to stop her. She had already turned her father's pocket upside down, and a pile of things fell out with a crashing sound. Xie Dan Feng picked them up and held them in her bosom. Then she happily ran to Tan. She pulled him, and the two of them sat down. Look. Which one do you think is good? Which one is suitable? Xie Dan Feng happily fiddled with it. Then she conveniently picked up a purple jade pendant. She turned it over and over and looked at it. This one is very suitable for me to hang. Then she stuffed it into her pocket. Then she grabbed another one. This one is for you. I want this one. This one is for you. This one. All the things in Xie Guang's pocket were divided between Tan and Xie Dan Feng in an instant. Tan's bosom was full. He somewhat hesitated and said, This isn't very good, right? Tan didn't know much about the ways of the world, but he still felt that it wasn't right to plunder his father-in-law's belongings before they got married. What's not good about it? Xie Dan Feng chuckled. Then she scolded, You idiot! This old lady will marry into the world-defying stage heavens. This is a betrothal gift, but This is the only time you will get a dowry at most. You can't do anything else. My stingy father may not even give you anything if we act too late. You can go and cry at that time." Tan's eyes lit up. He touched his chin and said, "These words are very reasonable." Xie Guang's entire body trembled. He angrily said, You evil creature. Are you even a little bit like a girl? You actually." He was so angry that white foam came out of the corners of his mouth. It seemed that he was about to faint. "Father," Xie Danfeng said with dissatisfaction, "your daughter will have to live by herself after she gets married. Do you have the heart to watch your daughter live a difficult life and not eat?" Xie Guang's complexion turned ashen. He coldly snorted and didn't say anything else. He flicked his sleeves and stormed out of the door. He was so angry that he almost fainted. He didn't even greet the old ancestor before he left. Chu Yang took out his hand from his bosom. He had an innocent look on his face. He had wanted to give a betrothal gift for his junior martial brother, but he hadn't expected that Tan's wife would take care of it. Not only did he not spend a single cent, but she also almost made his father-in-law go out naked. Xie Zhiqiu was relieved. "I've finally sold this scourge." He twirled his beard and said, "Minister Chu, you see the Zhenghu is in turmoil now. So, it's better to get married as soon as possible." Chu Yang understood the meaning behind his words. He repeatedly nodded in agreement. "Old ancestor, you're right. We must get this matter done as soon as possible." Xie Zhiqiu laughed. "That's exactly what I want. You see, let Tan stay here. Then we'll wait for Dan Qiong to come back every half month or 20 days. How about that?" Chu Yang was startled. "So fast?" "I must inform Master about this matter no matter what. Meng Chao Ran won't be present when Tan gets married." Chu Yang could imagine that Meng Chao Ran will beat his buttocks until they become as big as a wash basin. "I will report this matter to Master as soon as possible," Chu Yang hastily said. "Well, that's it. I'll wait for your good news." Xie Zhiqiu stood up in a sanctimonious manner. He then got ready to leave. "Danfeng, come back with me." "No, I want to stay here." Xie Danfeng didn't want to comply. Xie Zhiqiu frowned. "What a scandal! You're about to get married. Why don't you hurry back home and learn how to be a wife and a mother from your mother? You're not allowed to show your face before you get married." Xie Danfeng raised her head and said, "Today's marriage has been decided. So, your granddaughter belongs to someone else. You're a member of the Tan clan. So, I naturally have to stay in the Tan clan. Old ancestor, you haven't given your new great-grandson-in-law a gift for your first meeting." Xie Zhiqiu finally realized how Xie Guang'an had felt a moment ago. His old face turned into charcoal in an instant. He snorted. His face was full of confusion and shame. "I've made a fool of myself in front of Minister Chu." Chu Yang forced a smile and cupped his hands in obeisance. "It's nothing. Let young Miss Xie talk here for a while. Cough, cough. We'll send young Miss Xie back in a while." Xie Zhiqiu shook his head and heaved a long sigh. Then he shook his head again and sighed again. He was obviously very confused. He sighed more than a dozen times in a row. Then his body swayed, and he disappeared without a trace. Xie Danfeng chased after him. "Old ancestor, you haven't given your gift yet. Don't tell me you don't want to." A plop sound was heard from afar. It seemed as if something had fallen from a high place, or someone had fallen down. Bursts of laughter were heard from behind. Xie Danfeng suddenly turned her head. She wiped her sweat and patted her chest as she said, "I finally got rid of them." Then she suddenly raised her willow-shaped eyebrows and opened her almond-shaped eyes wide. She then shouted loudly, Tan, you bastard! Why haven't you confessed yet?" She clenched her teeth and approached him step by step. "What's so unusual about you? You said that you're a monster?" Tan was startled. He said, "What's wrong with you?" Humph. We've been here for a while. So, I've heard most of what you said. Xia Dan Feng roared. Why do you think I made old ancestor and the others leave in such a hurry? Wasn't it because I was afraid that they would ask about your abnormality? You're a blockhead. You don't know how to turn things around. What will you do if you screw things up? Gu Duxing and the others were startled. This girl isn't stupid, ah. However, they saw that Xia Danfeng had already pulled Tan Tan's ear and was walking towards the inner room. Come, come, come. You tell me everything. Awesome. Emma wiped his sweat and gave a thumbs up. Big brother. Your junior martial brother's wife is a big girl. She's not simple. Chu Yang snorted and rolled his eyes as he said, Nonsense. You are the younger brothers of aristocratic clans. Who among you is a real fool? Everyone laughed. Then they heard Xia Danfeng's piercing voice coming from the inner room. What's wrong with this? Isn't it just not eating? What's wrong with eating inner cores of spirit beasts? Other people can't even bear to eat them. This shows that you have extraordinary innate talent. Chu Yang and the others collectively felt the urge to faint as they heard this. Patting sounds were heard. It should be Xia Danfeng patting Tan Tan's shoulder. Don't worry. It doesn't matter what you eat as long as you don't eat shit. I'll accept it. Isn't it just the inner cores of spirit beasts? I'll go to the clan's treasure house later. As for my dowry, I don't want anything else. I'll take away all the inner cores. Then they heard Tan Tan cheering, Long live my wife! Outside, the 7 brothers rolled their eyes and twitched as if they were dead. They were the best couple. To be continued, that you're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.